Good morning and welcome to the Loreto Kirribilli Regatta for 2024. Bright sunny day at Cirque, and no doubt it's going to get a little warmer, so make sure you keep up the hydration through the day. But on behalf of Loreto Kirribilli, I would like to welcome all rowers, coxers, coaches, supporters and parents to the annual Loreto Kirribilli Regatta. The first race on the program is the Schoolgirl Parasingle Scull, recreational over 500 metres, and there are two entries. Pelin Ozen from PLC Sydney and Rachel Lee from PLC Sydney. But just looking at the start line now, we have the participant in race 2, which is Sophia Lowe from PLC Sydney, and that's the 1,000 metre Schoolgirl Parasingle Scull. That's race 2 on the program, but it is Sophia who's lining up at the moment, so perhaps race 1 is not taking place. It appears the commentary was a little distracted. Race 1 has been competed and run. It was won by Pelin Ozen from PLC Sydney, and second place was Rachel Lee from PLC Sydney. And that was in a time of 3 minutes, 15 seconds and 54 seconds. So congratulations to Pelin Ozen on winning race 1 on the program. We now have race 2, which is underway. This is the 1,000 metre Schoolgirl Parasingle Scull, and there's one entry which is Sophia Lowe from PLC Sydney, and she's coming down the course now. So at this stage of the race, rowing very neatly, blades both going into the water together. Getting good length with each stroke and staying in the middle of her lane. PLC Sydney have always had a very strong para program, and it gives girls an opportunity to participate in a sport that others can, which is terrific that rowing can be extended to those girls who may have not the full strength of body to be able to row with other girls, but at least they ensure that para rowing continues to be a very important part of rowing, both at schoolgirl level, but more importantly still at state and national level, and obviously at the Paralympics. So Sophia coming up now with about 250 metres to go of this 1,000 metre race. Maintaining that steady stroke, keeping good distance in her lane. And while she's coming up to the line, we are going to have the first medal presentation, and that is for the winner of race 1. Pelin Ozen from PLC Sydney. So congratulations to Pelin Ozen, winner of race 1, the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull Recreational 500 metre race. I think Pelin has been joined on the podium by Rachel, who placed second in that race. And while that presentation is taking place, Sophia Lowe is now coming up to the finish line, only about 80 metres to go. And congratulations again, Pelin Ozen, winner of race 1. Sophia maintaining that good stroke, getting good boat speed, and she is about 6 or 7 strokes to go, and she will take out race 2 on the program, which is the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull rowed over 1,000 metres. And Sophia now crosses the line, and congratulations Sophia, winner of race 2, the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull. Race 3 on the program, we now move back to the 2,000 metre starting position, and there are 8 entries in the Division 1 of the Schoolgirl 4. The Schoolgirl 4 will be rowed over 2 divisions. The first crew for schools are rowing in Division 1, and the second crew for schools are rowing in Division 2. And in Division 1, we have in lane 2, that is the lane furthest from the grandstand, representing Tara, Gemma Waterhouse, Hannah Ryan, Amy Rouse, Olivia Bailey, Maria Karutsis is the Cox. In lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar, Sophie Frost, Charlotte Bowen, Emily Walker, Isabel King, Eliza Miller is the Cox. Askham is in lane 4, Kitty Elias, Sabrina Koskar, Chloe Hitchens, Lucy Yapsley, Remy Malouf is the Cox. In lane 5, St Catherine's, Evelyn Stigter, Alice Steed, Isabel Yardley, Chelsea Baker, Cox by Georgia Parks. Roseville is in lane 6, Emma DePries, Grace McInlay, Chloe Franklin, Abigail Kelly, Alex Davies is the Cox. In lane 7, Queenwood, Gemma McLaren, Zara Taylor, Madeline Walk, Eva Thompson, Medley Yin is the Cox. And in lane 8, Pimble Ladies, Matilda Gilmore, Madeline Woods, Alison And, Rosie Egan's, Mia Solomons is the Cox. And Loreto Kirribilli in lane 9, that's the lane closest to the grandstand, Avery Bramwell, Chloe Alsop, Maddie Wheelahan, Grace Woodward, Lulu Warren is the Cox. So 8 crews in Division 1 of the Schoolgirl 4. Crews just lining up now at the start. That's the Loreto Kirribilli crew on the screen. Very distinctive yellow blades. Other boats moving into position. And one can see from the broadcast that the 2,000 metre races have boat holders, as you would have seen in the Olympics. So there'll be a person lying at the end of each finger holding onto the stern of each boat to help keep it level. before the race commences. So crew's just lining up now for the start of race 3. There's one to come in. That's St Catherine's. Ascombe rowing a senior 4 for the first time for a number of years, which is great to see Ascombe rebuilding their rowing program. And they're racing. So race 3 is underway. From the far side, it's Tara in lane 2, Cambergirls Grammar lane 3, Ascombe lane 4, St Catherine's, they've started in lane 5, but I'm not sure they're there, Roseville in lane 6, Queenwood in lane 7, Pimble Ladies in lane 8, and Loreto Kirribilli in lane 9. Yes, it appears that St Catherine's has not started. So just about to do the medal presentation for race 2, which is the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull, and that was won by Sophia Lowe, and her medal is now being presented. So looking at the screen, we've got Ascombe in the middle of the screen, and to the left, Cambergirls Grammar. As we now do the medal presentation for race 2, was won by Sophia Lowe from PLC Sydney, winner of the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull over 1,000 metres. Congratulations, Sophia. Well done, Sophia. Now, returning to the race 3, the Schoolgirl 4, that's Division 1 of the Schoolgirl 4. Cambergirls Grammar is off to a strong start. At the 500 metre mark, they were about a canvas ahead of Queenwood, a length further back to Roseville, canvas back to Loreto Kirribilli, then a length back to Ascombe, then Tara, and then Pimble Ladies. So at the 500 metre mark, it was Camber Girls Grammar leading Queenwood, then Roseville, Loreto, Kirribilli, Askham, Tara and Pimble Ladies. Not very much at all separating the first 4 crews, and certainly not the first 2 crews, only half a second between Camber Girls Grammar and Queenwood. So again, at the moment, ideal rowing conditions, very flat water, no wind, and the rowers taking advantage of these terrific conditions. So this is for people new to rowing, this is sweep rowing, so each rower has 1 oar. The scullers have 2 oars. The sculling blades are smaller than the sweep oars. And each of these boats has a cox. Generally at Olympic level, there will not be a cox, or there won't be a cox for 4s or for quads. That's a quad scull. But at schoolgirl, schoolboy level and junior rowing, it's much easier for the boats if they have a cox. And so all schoolgirl rowing in 4s and quads does include coxes. Now you can see from this shot that the cox is sitting in the front of the boat, or the bow. Other boats will be stern coxed. The advantage of sitting in the bow is that the cox gets a great view of the course. The disadvantage is the cox cannot see the rowers. Some rowers, of course, might think that was an advantage, but in a stern cox boat, the cox couldn't be sitting, or will be sitting immediately, like the boat now on screen, immediately in front of stroke. Stroke being the rower closest to the stern of the boat, and the stroke is the rower who sets the pace. So at the 1,000 metre mark, it remained Camber Girls Grammar in the lead. Still Queenwood dropping slightly back, but only 0.7 of a second, 0.77. Then Loreto Kirribilli a length and a half further back, challenged by Roseville, then Askham, Tara and Pimble. So for some schools, the girls in these boat class will also be competing later in the 8s. And other girls will be rowing 4s and won't row in 8s later. I suspect that's the case with the Pimble crew. So the schools with a larger rowing program may boat 1 or 2 8s and then some 4s after that. But it's Camber Girls Grammar certainly rowing very strongly at this stage, maintaining their lead over Queenwood. So looking down the course, it's on the far side, Camber Girls Grammar in lane 3. There's no crew in lane 1, so Camber Girls Grammar are second from the far side. And then on this side of the course in lane 7, that's 3 back from the grandstand, Queenwood. Then a little further back to Loreto Kirribilli. So they're the 3 race leaders at this stage. And the 1,500 metre mark, Camber Girls Grammar had pulled further ahead from Queenwood, now a full boat length ahead of Queenwood. Then 2 further lengths back to Loreto Kirribilli. Then Roseville, Askham, Tara and Pimble. So now with about 200 metres to go, Camber Girls Grammar appears to have this race under control. A very pronounced backsplash as the blades hit the water. Queenwood challenging, but Camber Girls Grammar appears to have done the work, particularly in that third 500. So with 100 metres to go, it remains Camber Girls Grammar, Queenwood, Loreto Kirribilli, then Roseville, Askham, Tara and Pimble. So it's the crew from Camber Girls Grammar, Sophie Frost, Charlotte Bowen, Emily Walker, Isabel King and Eliza Miller that look set to take out race 3, followed by Queenwood, the Queenwood crew of Gemma McLaren, Zara Taylor, Madeline Wark, Eva Thompson and Medley Yin is the Cox. But now with 50 metres to go, Camber Girls Grammar maintaining very good length, and Camber Girls Grammar will move on to take the lead and win from Queenwood in lane 7. They'll then be followed by Loreto Kirribilli in lane 9, will be 3rd place. 4th place will go to Roseville, as Roseville cross the line now. And then they'll then be followed by the Askham crew. There's some very strong single and double scullers in that boat, but we'll be seeing them later today. And then in lane 6th place will go to Tara on the far side. That's rowing from lane 2. And then the last crew to complete the race will be Pimble Ladies, and they're just coming up to the finish line now. So just repeating the results in race 3, the first division of the Schoolgirl 4, it was won by Camber Girls Grammar, 2nd Queenwood, 3rd Loreto Kirribilli, 4th Roseville, 5th Askham, 6th Tara and 7th Pimble Ladies. The race coming down the course now is race 4, which is division 2 of the Schoolgirl 4. There were 6 entries. St Catherine's in lane 4, that's Melanie Poulos, Lucy Hall, Matisse Borthwick, Darcy Connell, Zinni Shu is the Cox. In lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli, Sarah Holt, Elizabeth Roberts, Georgia Moran, Amelia Charlson, Lucy Karamanian is the Cox. In lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst, Amelia Brownlee, Abby Timmins, Sophie Lamp, Matilda Cronin, Emma Cusack is the Cox. In lane 7, Queenwood, Isabella Kennedy, Lucinda Doku, Scout Ferguson, Winter Shervington, Cox by Isabella Goss. In lane 8, Camber Girls Grammar, Audrey West, Mia Wiley, Emmanuel Hoskin, Sophie Murphy and Heidi Bell is the Cox. And lane 9, Loreto Kirribilli, Sarah Steele, Juliet Butler, Zara Jean Felinski, Imogen Shield and Adelaide Russell. That's the Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew, and the Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew is in lane 5. Now they're just passing through the 1,000-metre mark. At the 1,000-metre mark, it was Queenwood leading very comfortably from Camber Girls Grammar, about 2 lengths ahead of them. Then a length further back to Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew. Then about 4 lengths back to Loreto Normanhurst. And other crews just coming up to the 1,000-metre mark now. But it's Queenwood leading race 4 ahead of Camber Girls Grammar, and then Loreto Kirribilli number 2, followed by Loreto Normanhurst. Now it appears there's been some scratchings from this race. Is there only 4 crews out on the water? So St Catherine's has not started. And the Loreto Kirribilli crew of Sarah Steele, Juliet Butler, Zara Jean Felinski, Imogen Shield and Adelaide Russell has also not started. So we're down to four competitors in this race. And it's the crew from lane 7, so 2 out from the stadium, Queenwood doing very well out in front, ahead of Camber Girls Grammar number 2 crew, and then in the middle of the course, Loreto Normanhurst and Loreto Kirribilli. Loreto Kirribilli in 3rd place and Loreto Normanhurst in 4th place. So with about 500 metres to go, it is the Queenwood crew of Isabella Kennedy, Lucinda Doku, Scout Ferguson, Winter Shervington and Isabella Goss that is leading. very comfortably from the Camber Girls Grammar crew, a little further back to Loreto Kirribilli, and then Loreto Normanhurst. So the Queenwood crew building on its lead, rowing good pace, getting good length on each stroke, blades going in the water together as they do the last 100 metres of their 2,000 metre race. And just coming up to the finish line now. Even pace back then, 3 or 4 lengths back to Queenwood, then 3 or 4 lengths back to Loreto Kirribilli, and then about 7 or 8 lengths back to Loreto Normanhurst. But Queenwood would now take out, crossing the line now, taking out race 4. The crew of Isabella Kennedy, Lucinda Doku, Scout Ferguson, Winter Shervington, Coxed by Isabella Goss, the winners of race 4. And then coming to the finish line now is the crew from Camber Girls Grammar. They'll take out second place. A couple lengths back to Loreto Kirribilli. Number 2 crew, they take out third place. And then Loreto Normanhurst now coming up to the line to finish race 4 on the program. That's Division 2 of the Schoolgirl 4. So just repeating the results from race 4. Race 4 was won by Queenwood, then Camber Girls Grammar, Loreto Kirribilli, then Loreto Normanhurst, who now crossed the line. Next race on the program is race 5, which is the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. And there are 9 entries from MLC School in lane 1, Sophia Ronan and Danielle Zhu. In lane 2 from Askham, Jess Rebilliard and Jess Brown. In lane 3, Tara, Chelsea Hodges, Charlotte Winfield. In lane 4, Pimble Ladies, Zara Craig, Lily Oldfield. In lane 5, Sydney Girls, Vivian Gao, Zhao and Lena Kwan. In lane 6, Camber Girls Grammar, Angeline Jose and Lucy Morrow. In lane 7, MLC, Chiara Ferguson, Hannah Lee. In lane 8, North Sydney Girls, Sarah Liu and Claire Way. And in lane 9, MLC, Janini Canthasis and Alana Ung. So this is Division 1. There's also a Division 2, which will be the second and subsequent rankings for schools. For example, Pimble Ladies has 3 crews in the Year 8 double scull Division 2. But we're now about to start Division 1. The crews are just lining up on the start line. So unlike the 2,000 metre races, the 1,000 metre races do not have boat holders. So the boat race officials and the starter has to ensure that the boats are level. That's in line before the start, which will involve typically the crews having to tap up to ensure that there is an even line before the race starts. And lane 6 is not starting, that's Camber Girls Grammar. So we have 8 competitors left in this race. Girls have come through the catch and the race is started. So race 5, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. North Sydney Girls got off to a very strong start. That's the crew in lane 8, Sarah Liu and Claire Way. These girls in their first year of rowing, often they will just row quads, but a number of girls will also be asked to row singles and doubles. These boats don't have coxes, so steering can become an issue, particularly with novice rowers. But all crews at this stage of the race rowing strongly. And very impressive after only a couple of months of rowing. So MLC rowing very well. They're in lane 7. And Sydney Girls also rowing well in lane 5. A little further back then to Pimble. But the race starting to spread out, which often happens in Year 8 single and double sculls. Of course, not having to deal both with learning a new sport, but also steering, which can be very difficult. If the blades are not evenly paced in the water, and there's not equal pressure on both sides, the boat won't go straight. Fortunately at Cirque, we've got lane markers, which assists in steering. At the 500 metre mark, it was the Askham crew that has come through. They're just ahead of Pimble Ladies in lane 2, and then quite a bit way back then to MLC School and Tara in 4th place. So it's on the far side of the course, Askham doing very well at this stage, and the two crews in the middle of the course, Pimble Ladies and MLC. MLC having 3 boats in this race, but it's the MLC crew of Kiara Ferguson and Hannah Lee that is their lead boat at this stage, but a tight finish coming up now between Askham, MLC, and Pimble. Pimble with the red caps may have moved ahead of Askham. It's very close. So Pimble with the red caps in the middle, Askham on the far side in their distinctive cherry red, and then a little further back to the crew from MLC. But a very tight finish now between Askham and Pimble. Both boats rowing stroke for stroke. Pimble challenging Askham. Can Askham hold on? I think Pimble may have just got there. Coming up the line, Pimble taking extra strength with those last couple of strokes. So it'll be Pimble in lane 4 that has just pipped Askham on the line. But no, there's been a crab, and I think Askham may have just got there. Askham, Pimble, then Sydney Girls in 3rd place. Tragedy on the line for Pimble, but I think no, the start line and even further, but they got there. The start line is just in front, sorry, the finish line is just in front of the boys. So they just managed to get there, although they're now having a little bit of a swim. So that's now coming up in 4th place is the crew from MLC. But it was the Pimble crew of Zara Craig and Lily Oldfield taking out race 5. And then coming up the finish line now, at the far side in lane 1 is the MLC crew of Sophia Ronan and Danielle Zhu. And they'll take 5th place. I've got some steering issues, as you can see. The girls are just rowing with one side at the moment. That's in lane 3, which is the Tara crew of Chelsea Hodges and Charlotte Winfield. And they'll cross the line now in 6th place. And then coming up very carefully up to the line in lane 9 is the MLC crew of Janani Kanthatsis and Alana Ung, and they'll take 7th place. We've got 2 other crews that haven't quite completed the course yet. One is rowing towards the podium as Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull comes down the course. So just repeating, Pimble Ladies number 3 at the far side, Madison Aikman and Annabelle Stack. In lane 2, Sydney Girls, Larissa Liu and Claire Wang. In lane 3, Tara, Kitty York, Tamika Tran. In lane 4, North Sydney Girls, Lillian Yan and Isabel Vathakavi. In lane 5, Pimble Ladies, Summer Macon and Lucy Liu. In lane 6, Tara, Olivia Peach and Amelia Duffy. In lane 7, Pimble Ladies, number 2 crew, Lucy Woodbridge and Peyton Ashton. In lane 8, Askham, Amelia Butler and Emily Zhu. And in lane 9, Tara, number 3 crew, Dora He and Caitlin Uono. But the leaders at the 500 metre mark were the Pimble Ladies number 2 crew. That's Lucy Woodbridge and Peyton Ashton, followed by Tara, Askham, Tara number 1 crew, North Sydney Girls, Pimble Ladies, Tara and Pimble Ladies number 3. But a very nice row from lane 7 from the Pimble Ladies number 2 crew, Lucy Woodbridge and Peyton Ashton, building on their lead. Then a little further back to Tara and Askham. Tara in 2nd place at this stage, and then over in the middle of the course, North Sydney Girls doing well. Then back to the Tara number 2 crew, and a little further back to the Pimble and Sydney Girls crews. But coming up the finish line now from lane 7, Lucy Woodbridge and Peyton Ashton from Pimble, crossing the line now to take out race 6, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. Tight race for 2nd between North Sydney Girls and Tara, but Tara will just get there. Tara 2nd, North Sydney Girls 3rd. 4th place will go to Askham. A race for 5th, but it will be the crew from Tara that will take out 5th place ahead of the Sydney Girls crew, who will take out 6th. And we have 2 crews to finish. The Pimble Ladies crew of Summer Macon and Lucy Liu were just ahead of the Tara number 4 crew, and Pimble will take out 7th place, and Tara, coming up the finish line now, that's the Tara number 4 crew, will take out 8th place. So just repeating the results of race 6, it was won by Pimble Ladies number 2 crew, Lucy Woodbridge and Peyton Ashton. 2nd place, Tara, Dora He and Caitlin Uono. 3rd place went to North Sydney Girls, Lillian Yan and Isabel Vathakavi. 4th place, Askham number 2 crew, Amelia Butler and Emily Zhu. 5th place went to Tara, number 2 crew, Olivia Peach and Amelia Duffy. In lane 6th place, Sydney Girls, Larissa Liu and Claire Wang. 7th went to Pimble Ladies, Summer Macon and Lucy Liu. And 8th place went to Tara number 4 crew, Kitty York and Tamika Tran. We now move to race 7, which is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull Division 1. Again, this race is rowed in 2 divisions. The first scullers for each school are rowing in Division 1. There are 5 entries in race 7. In lane 3, Emma Lloyd from Pimble, Tiffany Morley from Loreto Normanhurst in lane 4, Daisy Lay from Pimble Ladies in lane 5, Meryl Jow from Sydney Girls in lane 6, and Hannah Kyle from Askham in lane 7. So with about 400 metres to go, it's the crew from, it's the sculler from Pimble who is leading. That is Daisy Lee. She's in the middle of the course. And closest to us on the grandstand, Hannah Kyle from Askham is coming second. And on the far side, we have the Pimble sculler, Emma Lloyd. A little further back to Loreto Normanhurst, Tiffany Morley. And then the Pimble sculler, Sydney Girls sculler, Meryl Zhao. But Daisy Lay out in front, rowing very nicely, particularly for a novice sculler. Keeping the middle of her lane and coming up the finish line now. About 4 strokes to go, very nice finish. And crossing the line now, Daisy Lay from Pimble. Second place on this side of the course will go to Askham, challenged by the Pimble sculler Emma Lloyd, but Hannah will hold on. And Hannah now crosses the line. Hannah Kyle from Askham in second place. Third place goes to Emma Lloyd from Pimble. Fourth place will go to Tiffany Morley from Loreto Normanhurst. Tiffany now gliding across the line in fourth place. And Meryl Zhao from Sydney Girls will complete the field when she crosses the line very shortly. We now have on the program race 8, Division 2 of the Year 8 single scull. In lane 3, Pimble Ladies number 4, Eloise Gavana. In lane 4, Sydney Girls number 4, Molly Chen. In lane 5, Pimble Ladies number 3, Edith Cullinane. In lane 6, Sydney Girls number 3, Anya Menon. In lane 7, Sydney Girls number 2, Cindy Shi. And lane 8, Askham, Poppy Mallet. So just repeating the results of race 7, which is Division 1 of the Year 8 single scull, was won by Daisy Lay from Pimble. Second, Hannah Kyle from Askham. Lane 3, Emma Lloyd from Pimble. Lane 4, Tiffany Morley from Loreto Normanhurst, and Meryl Zhao from Sydney Girls in 5th. So the presentation on the platform now is for race 5. Which is the Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. That was won by the Pimble crew of Zara Craig and Lily Oldfield, coached by Harry Birchmore. So the winners of race 5, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull from Pimble Ladies, Zara Craig and Lily Oldfield. Congratulations, girls. The next presentation will be race 6, but before we get to that presentation, just finishing off race 8, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. And it's a tight finish on the far side between the two Pimble rowers, Eloise Gavana and Edith Cullinane. But Eloise will just hold on the line, and Eloise Gavana takes out race 8, followed very closely by her teammate Edith Cullinane from Pimble. So Pimble taking out 1-2 in race 8. Then coming up the line now, it'll be in third place, the Sydney Girls sculler, Sydney Shu. And she's just ahead of her teammate Anya Menon. But Cindy crosses the line now to take out third place. Anya Menon takes out fourth place. And then coming up to the finish line now is a very tight finish for 5th. I think that'll go to a photo, I suspect. But Poppy Mallet may have just got it. So while we're waiting for the photograph there, we're now dealing with the presentation for race 6. Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull, and that was won by the Pimble crew of Lucy Woodbridge and Peyton Ashton. Congratulations, Lucy and Peyton, winners of race 6, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. So we've now got the results of race 8, including that very tight finish at the end between Askham and Sydney Girls. 0.68 of a second was the difference. So the results for race 8 was won by Eloise Gavana from Pymble, Edith Cullinane from Pymble, second. Third went to Sydney Shee from Sydney Girls. Fourth, Anya Menyon from Sydney Girls. Fifth went to Poppy Mallet from Askin. That's 0.68 seconds ahead of Molly Chen from Sydney Girls. Our next presentation is for race 7, which is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull, and that was won by Daisy Lay from Pymble. Pymble having a clean sweep of the Year 8 double and single sculls. So congratulations to Daisy Lee, or Daisy Lay from Pymble Ladies, winner of race 7, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. We now move back to the 2,000 metre mark for the Schoolgirl Year 10 eights. In lane 2 from Pymble Ladies, Claire Fiara, Sana Kapoor, Genevieve Bazina, Mia Sherry, Edwina Harrington, Emily England, Allegra Tubenslag, Lucy Simpson, Sanaya Lakani is the Cox. In lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew, Zara Luce, Meg Warburton, Maddie Chiswick, Grace Edwards, Claudia Campbell, Beatrix Cadman, Annabelle Kovacs, Alex James, Chloe Olsensky is the Cox. In lane 4 from Loreto Normanhurst, Hazel McPhail, Gracie May Lander, Libby Lacko, Alice Montano, Alexandra Ward, Nessa Kinchington, Elizabeth Pennington, Grace Luffman, Anika Clark is the Cox. In lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew, Sophie Mansfield, Phaedra Kevin, Palama Zhang, Indiana Orth, Gracie Morell, Kiara Crino, Charlie Reeves, Belle Tripp, Cox by Charlotte Clarkin. In lane 6, Queenwood, Bridget Thompson, Isla McMillan, Sally Fanuku, Elsie Hood, Charlotte McWilliam, Lara Scalina, Eloise Lindvelt, Lauren King, Cox by Alice Home. In lane 7, Pymble Ladies, Georgina Curtis, Olivia Norton, Amber Eisenhower, Erin O'Kane, Kelly Clifton, Zara Kinneberg, Harriet Murphy, Leander McLaughlin, Emily Bartrop is the Cox. In lane 8, Loreto Normanhurst, Portia Gill, Matilda English, Maddie Ferrara, Emily Johnson, Emerson Dooley, Ellen Ogilvie, Mia Dragonudis, Ava Smith, Cox by Adele Simon, and St Catherine's in lane 9, Isabel Williams, Zoe Elliott, Lillian Orage, Georgia Smith, Elvie Liston, Ashley Innes, Phoebe Sherrard, Emily Fletcher, Cox by Bridie McGregor. Now doing the presentations for the winner of race 8, which was Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. And that race was won by Eloise Gavana from Pymble. But returning to the Year 10 8 race as it comes down the course at the 1,000 metre mark, it was Pymble Ladies in the lead, 3 lengths ahead of Loreto Kirribilli, then about half a length back to Queenwood, 2 lengths further back to Pymble Ladies number 2 crew, then St Catherine's, Loreto Normanhurst, Loreto Kirribilli number 2 crew, and Loreto Normanhurst. So Pymble having a very comfortable lead at the 1,000 metre mark, and they built on that lead at the 1,500 metre mark. So Pymble rowing very nicely out in front in the Year 10 Schoolgirl 8. So Pymble rowing very strongly up to the line now with only less than 500 metres to go. Very good performance from a Year 10 8. So So that's the Pimble #1 crew of Georgina Curtis, Olivia Norton, Amber Eisenhower, Erin O'Kane, Kelly Clifton, Zara Kinnerberg, Harriet Murphy, Leander McLaughlin, Emily Bartrop, coached by Carl Smith, rowing very well out in front. Good length with each stroke, blades all going in the water at the same time. Very nice rhythm set by the stroke and the girls following. So a dominant performance from the Pimble #1 crew from lane 7, and they will take out race 9 on the program. That's the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. Congratulations to Pimble. Second place, Loreto Kirribilli, built on their margin in the third 500 again, as they did yesterday, and they at the Loreto Normanhurst Regatta. And again, a very distinctive blue and yellow boat with a very bright yellow blades, and they'll cross the line in second place. That's a crew of Sophie Mansfield, Phaedra Kevin, Paloma Zhang, Indiana Rolf, Gracie Morell, Kiara Crino, Charlie Reeves, Belle Tripp, Coxed by Charlotte Darkin. Third place goes to Queenwood. Fourth place on the far side will be challenged, but it's going to be a very tight race for fourth, but I think St Catherine's have got it. So St Catherine's in fourth place. Fifth place will go to the Pimble #2 crew. Sixth place will go to Loreto Normanhurst. Then Loreto Kirribilli #2 crew, and then the Loreto Normanhurst #2 crew. So the Loreto Kirribilli #2 crew just coming up the finish line now, and they will take out seventh place. And at time of 7:07 from the Pimble crew, a very, very impressive time for a Year 10-8. Loreto Normanhurst now coming up to complete race 9. So the results of race 9, Schoolgirl Year 10-8, it was won by Pimble Ladies #1 crew, as I said, in a very impressive time of 7 minutes and 7 seconds. Then Loreto Kirribilli #1 crew in second. Third went to Queenwood. Fourth, St Catherine's. Fifth, the Pimble #2 crew. Sixth, Loreto Normanhurst #2 crew. And seventh, Loreto Kirribilli #2 crew. And eighth, the other Loreto Normanhurst crew. The next race on the program is race 10, which is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. That race is underway in lane, so this is Division 1 of the first Year 9 quad. In lane 3, Sydney girls, Lauren Fong, Mia Zhang, Fei Zhang, Iris Yang and Angela Lee is the Cox. Roseville in lane 4, Millie Phillips, Ariane Pappas, Abby Harris, Sophie Ben, Amelia Firth is the Cox. In lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli, Charlotte Mutton, Chloe Hunter, Ellie Bailey, Rosie Massara, Lucinda Rose is the Cox. In lane 6, PLC Sydney, Zooey Lee, Madeline Miller, Zoe Leisha, Sophie Moore, Talia Kindleside is the Cox. In lane 7, North Sydney girls, Yayi Wang, Chloe Macri, Erica Chu, Sarah Newton, Ari Williams is the Cox. And lane 8, Pimble Ladies, Madeline Gaydon, Rose Jones, Madison Landgrab, Claudia Wyatt and Emma Wang is the Cox. So the race leader at this stage is Pimble Ladies in lane 8. That's the lane closest to the grandstand. And then Roseville also doing well at this stage of the race, as is the crew from PLC Sydney. And Roseville also performing strongly. That's in lane 4. So at the 500 metre mark, it was Pimble Ladies leading from Roseville, then PLC Sydney, Loreto Kirribilli, and then Sydney Girls. But Pimble building on their strong lead as we come up now with less than 400 metres to go. Rowing very well out in front. about 2 or 3 lengths ahead of Roseville and PLC Sydney. So that's the crew of Madeline Gaydon, Rose Jones, Madison Landgrab and Claudia Wyatt, Coxed by Emma Wang. Race leaders in race 10, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 first race. Crew's evenly spread at this stage. So it's Pimble, from Roseville, then a little further back to the cruise in the middle of the course. That's the cruise from PLC Sydney and Loreto Kirribilli, and a little further back to Sydney Girls and North Sydney Girls. But Pimble getting good length with each stroke, making sure those blades are digging in and getting good leverage as the Pimble crew comes up to the finish line, and they will take out race 10, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 firsts. Second place will go to the crew from Roseville. They're crossing now. PLC Sydney holding off the Loreto Kirribilli crew, so they'll cross just under a boat length ahead of Loreto Kirribilli in fourth. Fifth place will go to Sydney Girls, and sixth place will be North Sydney Girls. The next presentation is the Schoolgirl Year 10-8, race 9, and that was won by Pimble Ladies, the crew of Georgina Curtis, Olivia Norton, Amber Eisenhower, Erin O'Kane, Kelly Clifton, Zara Kinneberg, Harriet Murphy, Leander McLaughlin, and Emily Bartrop was the Cox, and they were coached by Carl Smith. And a very impressive row from Pimble Ladies. And they will also win the trophy for the Year 10-8. So congratulations to Pimble Ladies, very impressive winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10-8. So back on the course, we have well underway now the Division 2 of the first Year 9 quads. In lane 3, MLC School, Grace Likely, Emily Heighton-Smith, Megan Crete, Mayo McBrien, Mara Nichols is the Cox. In lane 4, St Catherine's, Talisha Vacachia, Charlize Morgan, Delphi Walsman, Madeline Innes, Cox by Anya Roofley. In lane 5, Loreto Normanhurst, Anna Ward, Sahara Bernstein, Ruby Mullins, Alexandra Hare, Cox by Charlotte Fagan. In lane 6, Camber Girls Grammar, Zoe Tran, Chloe Owen, Camilla Griffin, Layla Biddington, Lucia Wildman is the Cox. Lane 7, Queenwood, Arabella Line, Jasmine Ramsey, Ava Francis, Chloe Grimmond, Madison Fallon is the Cox. And Sydney Girls in lane 8, Lauren Fong, Mia Zhang, Feiyang Zhang, Irish Yang, Cox by Angela Lee. But with about 300 metres to go, it's the crew from Camber Girls Grammar rowing very strongly, and they're leading St Catherine's and Loreto Normanhurst, Queenwood, and then MLC. So Camber Girls Grammar getting good length, just getting those last 8 or 9 strokes, 10 strokes to take out the race. Sydney Girls challenging. Sorry, it's Loreto Normanhurst. Loreto Normanhurst is in third, St Catherine's second, but good win to Camber Girls Grammar. Then St Catherine's in second place. Third place will go to Loreto Normanhurst. Queenwood in lane 7 will take out fourth place. And the far side of the course, we've got MLC coming up the line. Appears that Sydney Girls may not have started. But MLC now coming up to the finish line in race 11. That's Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 firsts. And they cross the line now. So the results of race 11, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 firsts was won by Canberra Girls Grammar, second place St Catherine's, third Loreto Normanhurst, fourth Queenwood and fifth MLC. We now have coming down the course race 12, which is Division 1 of the second Year 9 quads. In lane 3, Queenwood, Ella Hinton, Nilla Russell, Piper Sherlock, Vivian Walk, Cara Jolly-Pool is the Cox. Lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, Pepper Grenfell, Emily Lenfield, Lucy Dale, Audrey Blacker, Memphis Lynham is the Cox. Lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli, Abigail Lee, Ava Zar, Xanthi Psychogius, Alice Brooks, Edel Knox is the Cox. Lane 6, Tara, Millie Savaram, Adrina Maharajan, Rose Macheto, Ruby Odbert, Sarita Wijawa Wikrama is the Cox. St Catherine's in lane 7, Gabrielle Griffin, Georgia Love, Ava Jamison, Harriet Pathanjaman, Sibylla Howes is the Cox, and lane 8, Pimble, Sasha Paris, Blair Elliott, Cleo McLaughlin, Annabella Lake Hughes, Phoebe Hutton is the Cox. And at the 500 metre mark, it was Pimble Ladies leading just from Canberra Girls Grammar, then St Catherine's, Loreto Kirribilli number 2, and then Tara. So a tight finish in this race between Canberra Girls Grammar on the far side, and on this side St Catherine's and Pimble. Pimble have got their bow ball in the lead at the moment, probably a canvas ahead. That's Pimble from lane 8, just ahead of St Catherine's, but Canberra Girls Grammar challenging from the centre. Pimble holding their lead, looking across at that St Catherine's crew. We've had a slight crab and that St Catherine's might be able to race through, but Pimble recovered very quickly. But it's going to be incredibly tight with Canberra Girls Grammar though, leading very strongly out in the lane 4, and it'll be Canberra Girls Grammar that will comfortably at the end take out race 12. Very tight finish. St Catherine's just ahead of Pimble. And then Loreto Kirribilli now coming up to the finish line in 4th place. Far side Queenwood in 5th. And then Tara in 6th. Which race? Next presentation is for race 10. That is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 first quad. And that was won by the Pimble Ladies crew. Slight interruption while they move their boat. Just moving their boat up the pontoon to allow space for Canberra Girls Grammar, who no doubt have just come across the tower as well. So the race presentation is for race 10, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 quad. And it's won by Pimble Ladies, Madeline Gaydon, Rose Jones, Madison Landgrab, Claudia Wyatt, and Emma Wang is the Cox. They're coached by Ben Booker. So coming down the course now is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl second Cox Quad Sculls. In lane 3 from PLC Sydney, Ava Lane, Katrina Vlandis, Orby Cohen, Scarlett Askew, Lola Britt is the Cox. Lane 4, Loreto Normanhurst, Beatrix Germain, Jacqueline Whitaker, Ruby Matthews, Amelia Edwards, Ava Forrester is the Cox. In lane 5, Roseville, Mimi Mannion, Cassie Gracie, Eleanor Forster, Alicia Jenkins, Zia Chapman is the Cox. In lane 6, MLC, Catherine Bentley Lamp, Elizabeth Ravens, Molly Bentley Lamp, Lucy Stoddard, Tabitha Lloyd is the Cox. In lane 7 from Sydney Girls, Eliza Obbard, Amy McDonald, Juliette Leverve, Evelyn Chu, Melody Song is the Cox. In lane 8, North Sydney girls, Maggie Guao, Sylvia Lee, Angelina Wang, Jasmine Nguyen, Selena Q is the Cox. So with about 300 metres to go. It's the crews from Canberra Girls Grammar, who's rowing very strongly, then St Catherine's, Pibble, Loreto, Kirribilli, Queenwood, and then Tara. Roseville, though, holding on to their lead. About a boat length ahead of Loreto Normanhurst. Then back to Roseville. Sorry, PLC Sydney. PLC Sydney won that race. It's PLC Sydney, followed by Loreto Normanhurst. Then MLC. Then in fourth place, Sydney Girls. And fifth place goes to North Sydney Girls. So Sydney Girls fourth, North Sydney Girls fifth. Then coming up the finish line now is Roseville. So the places in race 13 was won by PLC Sydney, second place Loreto Normanhurst, third place Roseville, then Sydney Girls, North Sydney Girls and MLC. Now doing the presentation for race 11, which is Division 2 of the Year 9 first quad sculls. It was won by Canberra Girls Grammar. See you. Thanks, Peter. So the winners of race (11), Canberra Girls Grammar, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 first quad, Zoe Tran, Chloe Owen, Camilla Griffin, Layla Biddington and Lucia Wildman is the Cox. Congratulations to Canberra Girls Grammar. The next race on the program is race 14, which is Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. This is rowed as a single division. There are 9 entries. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 1. Sienna Pappas, Caitlin Burney, Layla Mason, Cordelia Valentine, Heidi Bellis Cox. In lane 2, Loreto Kirribilli, Claudia McCloskey, Camilla Squire, Georgia Woodward, Lucia Bartlam, Maya Robertson is the Cox. Lane 4, St Catherine's. Sorry, lane 3, St Catherine's. Beatrix DeBell Hancock, Eve Bell, Violet Brooks, Lucia Waters, Miller Bell is the Cox. Lane 4, PLC Sydney, Lily Sullivan, Isabel Graves, Madeline Barrett, Lily Sabharel, Eva Lazarus Hall is the Cox. Lane 5 from Pimble, Stacey Sharp, Alexandra Ritchie, Gemma Thiel, Aurora Zhang, Margot Marseille is the Cox. In lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst, Catherine Stark, Ella Jones, Sally Hines, Poppy Bensley, Amelia Bassotti is the Cox. In lane 7, Sydney Girls, Kelly Tang, Amala Thiriandesian, Reva Dottle, Erin Chi, Rebecca Moritz is the Cox. In lane 8, Queenwood, Mirella Gillies, Edie Birch, Minnie May Orligati, Penelope Rolls, Annie Deng is the Cox. And lane 9, Roseville, the crew that's actually out in front, Madeline Edge, Lucy Ryan, Minna Fassos, Hannah Ryan, Evelyn Majamba is the Cox. But Roseville coming up to the finish line now, a very nice row in race 14, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. And they're being challenged on the far side from lane 3, St Catherine's, but The crew from Roseville will hold on about a boat length ahead of St Catherine's, finishing quickly but not able to catch Roseville. So St Catherine's second. Very tight race for third between Queenwood, Pymble and Kirribilli, but it'll be Queenwood third, Pymble fourth, Kirribilli fifth. Sixth place will then go to PLC Sydney, rowing from lane 4. Seventh on the far side will go to Canberra Girls Grammar. Tight race for eighth between Loreto Normanhurst and Sydney Girls, but Loreto Normanhurst, I think, just held on in 8th place and Sydney Girls in 9th. They're doing a photo on 8 and 9, but we'll get that result in a moment. We're now moving to the presentation for race 12, which is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl second quad, and that race was won by Canberra Girls Grammar. Just coming up to the podium now. I think race 12 was actually presented before we were able to get to it, but race 13 is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl second quad, which is won by PLC Sydney. Ava Lane, Katrina Vandas, Orby Cohen, Scarlett Askew, and Lola Britt was the Cox. While we're waiting for that presentation, we go back to the course. Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Squad Scull. This again is being run as a single division. There are 9 crews. Pymble Ladies in lane 1. Siri Tabenslag, Charlotte Lynn, Sophie Harris, Stella Walsh, Eloise Jenkins is the Cox. In lane 2, Loreto Kirribilli, Piper Courtney, Gabrielle Westaway, Eloise Roberts, Elisa Dunn, Olivia Stevenson is the Cox. In lane 3, Roseville, Kalila Liao, Eleanor Ayong, Zoe Edmondson, Chloe Zhang, Eloise Winkler is the Cox. In lane 4, St Catherine's, Ellie Carr, Elizabeth Gilchrist, Matilda Jack, Ellie Avery, Lucy Brown is the Cox. In lane 5, PLC Sydney, Maya Burnett, Sarah Rutherford, Eve Boyle, Camille Brown, Marinda Conatali is the Cox. In lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar, Grace Fogarty, Felicity Hazlitt, Erin Riley, Alexandra Kodaris, Maddie Beasley is the Cox. In lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst, Eloise LeVay, Jazz Burgoyne, Zoe Naden, Eloise Moore, Claire Kabeel is the Cox. Lane 8, Sydney Girls, Irish Yang, Mia Zhang, Feiying Zhang, Melody Song, Enie, Annabelle Koch is the Cox. And lane 9, Queenwood, Claire Pullinger, Genevieve Hughes, Clara Allen Tucker, Scarlett Bennett, Caroline Sun is the Cox. So at the 500 metre mark in race 15, which is the 4th Year 9 Quad Sculls, It was Pimble leading from Loreto Normanhurst, third place Camber Girls Grammar, then back to Queenwood, St Catherine's, Loreto Kirribilli, PLC Sydney, and then Roseville. So it's a Pimble crew of Siri Tubbenslug, Charlotte Lynn, Sophie Harris, Stella Walsh, Eloise Jenkins, the Cox that's now leading in race 15, which is Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Sculls. So Pimble on the far side of the course, and then on this side of the course, Queenwood and Sydney Girls both rowing strongly. Sorry, Queenwood and Loreto Normanhurst both rowing strongly. Queenwood in lane 9, closest to the grandstand. Then 2 across to Loreto Normanhurst. Then the middle of the course, Camber Girls Grammar and PLC Sydney a little behind them. And St Catherine's also rowing well from lane 4. But Pimble on the far side of the course, maintaining good length, good boat speed. And they look like they've got this race fairly comfortably sewn up. But Loreto Normanhurst also rowing now very strongly and challenging from lane 7. As they come up to the last 50 metres, it's going to be tight between Pimble and Loreto Normanhurst. Pimble just holding on to the lead at the moment though, but it's going to be a very tight finish. Loreto Normanhurst finishing very strongly, getting excellent length, and Loreto Normanhurst are going to pip Pimble on the line. A great row from Loreto Normanhurst. Pimble second. Tight race for third, very tight race for third. It might be Queenwood closest to us, and Queenwood, yes, Queenwood. Then St Catherine's. Then Camber Girls Grammar, the far side Loreto Kirribilli. Then coming up for 7th will be Roseville on the far side, and they will finish ahead of PLC Sydney in 8, and then Sydney Girls to finish. So the next presentation is for race 14, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull, and that was won by the crew. Presentation just about to take place from Roseville. So the winners of race 15, Division 4 of the, the winners of Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull, race 14 on the program, Roseville, represented by Madeline Edge, Lucy Ryan, Mina Fassos, Hannah Ryan, coxed by Evelyn Majumdar, coached by Jack Henderson. Congratulations to Roseville. That's Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. The next race on the program is race 16, which is Division 1 of the 5th Year 9 Quad Sculls. This is rowed in two divisions. So Division 1, there are 9 entries. Camber Girls Grammar, Millie Levy, Stefania Havas, Alice Disney, Nathara Minelli, Michaela Gomez is the Cox. Loreto Normanhurst in lane 2, Rosie Lennon, Ella Freeman, Lara Dwyer, Lucy Meek, Isabella Lander is the Cox. In lane 3, Roseville, Imogen Howard, Mia Williams, Ilaria Roberto, Charlotte McIntosh, Rachel Clements is the Cox. Lane 4, St Catherine's, Eddie Hare, Isabella Wadham, Alice Burgess, Sophia Dunkley, Gracie Lou Farthing as a Cox. In lane 5, Pimble Ladies, number 1 crew, Ellie Zhao, Bethany Carruthers, Kate Rogers, Isla Pilates, Poppy Fox Ashwin is the Cox. Lane 6, St Catherine's, Monty Bowers, Gabrielle Brown, Coralie Harris, Isabel Rosinas, Zara Morrow is the Cox. Lane 7, Loreto Kirribilli, Ariel Wood, Charlotte Payne, Tatum Tripp Smith, Clem Mattock, Arabella Johnston is the Cox. Lane 8, Queenwood, Ashawara Sharp, Alexis Kial, Julie Fickman, Natalia Allen, Lynn Lan Din is the Cox. And lane 9, Camber Girls Grammar, Willow Barry, Evie Fagan, Eliza Sweeney Ramasandra, Eleanor Hall, Eliza Miller as the Cox. So this is Division 1 of the 5th Year 9 quads. This is the first crew from each of those schools, and except Canberra Girls Grammar have 2 crews in that race, and then Division 2 will have the remainder of the Year 9 quads for those schools. But coming up to the at the 500 metre mark, it was St Catherine's leading Canberra Girls Grammar, then Loreto Normanhurst, Pymble Ladies number 1, then Loreto Kirribilli, Queenwood, Roseville, and then Canberra Girls Grammar second crew. We're now doing the presentations for race 15, which is Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Sculls, and this race was won by Loreto Normanhurst. So the winners of race 15, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Sculls, representing Loreto Normanhurst, Eloise LeVay, Jasper Goyne, Zoe Naden, Eloise Moore, Claire Kabul is the Cox. Congratulations to Loreto Normanhurst. Now back on the course, we're finishing race 16. And it's the crew from St Catherine's that have built on their lead at the 500 metre mark and comfortably coming up to the finish line. On this side of the course, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 2 also doing very well. But it's the crew from St Catherine's, Eddie Hare, Isabella Wadham, Alice Burgess, Sophia Dunkley and Gracie Lou Farthing will comfortably take out race 16. Second place on the far side, strong row from Loreto Normanhurst. They're being challenged by the Canberra Girls Grammar crew, but Loreto Normanhurst will hold on just from Canberra Girls Grammar. Middle of the course, it's St Catherine's will take out 4th place, half a boat length ahead of Pymble. Then 6th place will go to Loreto Kirribilli. Seem to have a gear issue with Queenwood, they've stopped rowing. 7th place will go to Roseville. Queenwood now coming up to the line and they will take out 8th place. And it appears the other Canberra Girls Grammar crew may not have started. We now move to race 17, which is Division 2 of the 5th Year 9 Quad Sculls. In lane 1, Canberra Girls Grammar, Matilda Bladen, Lorna Haley, Lorna Bassingthwaite, Angeline Josie and Lucy Morrow. It seems one of those 3 might be rowing. Heidi Bell is the Cox. In Roseville, number 2 crew, Steph Atkinson, Noni Wilson, Libby Atkinson, Vienna Spear, Sally Chen is the Cox. In lane 3, Pymble Ladies number 4 crew, Amber Lewis, Athena Wu, Diana Palawadana, Arabella Hong, Summer Macon is the Cox. St Catherine's in lane 4, Olivia Brill, Bailey Dew, Matilda Ollender-Smith, Isabella Vaharis, Matilda Mills is the Cox. In lane 5, Loreto Normanhurst, Harriet Portelli, Sienna Smith, Sarah Neeshaw, Neve McGowan, Sophie Rigney is the Cox. In lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli, Scarlett Hopkins, Charlotte Taylor, Lucy Hines, Heidi Batar, Sarah Macedone is the Cox. Lane 7, Pymble Ladies, number 3 crew, Bronte Cardno, Ava Costa, Sky Mitchell, Rose Bennett, Phoebe Toynton is the Cox, coached by Lucy Miller. In lane 8, Pymble Ladies number 2, Imogen Jones, Claudia Jagakis, Jamil Sue, Isabella Im, Mia McAuliffe is the Cox, and Roseville number 3 crew in lane 9, Zoe Waterhouse, Matilda Gifford, Verity Spark, Christina Chan, Sophie Belzer is the Cox. They've come up to the 500 metre mark, and at the 500 metre mark it was Pymble Ladies number 3 crew leading from Loreto Kirribilli number 6, then Pymble Ladies number 2, Loreto Normanhurst, Roseville, St Catherine's, Pymble Ladies number 4, and then Roseville number 3. Pymble Ladies only 0.77 of a second ahead of the Loreto Kirribilli number 6 crew. So Pimble Ladies number 3, that's 3 out from the grandstand, still leading. They seem to have built on their lead. Loreto Kirribilli seems to have dropped back a little. And then it's the Pimble Ladies number 2 crew. So it's Pimble, Kirribilli, Pimble. Then St. Catherine's probably is next. And then a little further back to the other Roseville crew, Pimble, the Roseville number 3 crew, and Camber Girls Grammar. Pimble holding their lead at this stage. Kirribilli challenging, but Pimble still about half a boat length ahead. Just came to the finish line now. Girls putting in extra effort in those last few strokes to get across the line first. Kirribilli challenging again, but Pimble holding them off, and it will be the Pimble number 3 crew, a length ahead of the Loreto Kirribilli number 6 crew in second place. Then tight race for third between the Pimble number 2 crew on this side and the Loreto Normanhurst crew, but Pimble will just hold on. Pimble will take out third place. Fourth place will go to Loreto Normanhurst. Fifth on the far side will go to Roseville. Some gear issues in the St. Catherine's crew. They've come to a stop. Slowly getting it back together. Remember, this is their first year of rowing. And crossing the line now. So St. Catherine's will take out 6th place. 7th place on this side will go to the crew from Roseville, number 3 crew. And then on the far side, without a bow number, but that must be Camber Girls Grammar, will take out 8th place. So Pimble number 4 crew still coming up the line. I think they've got 2 rowers rowing at the moment. So bow and 2. 3 and 4 must have some gear issues. That's 3 and stroke. So finishing with only 2 girls rowing. That's the Pimble Ladies number 4 crew. So the results of race 17, Division 2 of the Year 9 5th quad, was won by Pimble Ladies number 3. That's the crew of Bronte Cardno, Ava Costa, Sky Mitchell, Rose Bennett, Coxed by Phoebe Toynton. Second went to Loreto Kirribilli. Third, Pimble Ladies number 2 crew. Fourth went to Loreto Normanhurst. 5, Roseville number 2 crew. Then they were followed by St. Catherine's, Roseville number 3, Camber Girls Grammar, and then Pimble Ladies number 4. The next presentation will be for race 17, which is the second division of the Schoolgirl Year 9 fifth quads sculls. So the winners of race 17, Division 2 of the Year 9 fifth quad sculls, was won by Pimble Ladies number 3 crew, Bronte Cardno, Ava Costa, Sky Mitchell, Rose Bennett, Phoebe Toynton was the Cox, and they were coached by Lucy Miller. Congratulations to Pimble Ladies. Well done, Pimble Ladies, winners of race 17, Division 2 of the 5th Year 9 quad sculls. The next race on the program, which is underway, is race 18, which is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Coxed quad sculls. This is rowed over 2,000 metres, and this is for senior rowers. In lane 2 from Mossman, Frida Kirkham, Lottie Ravestein, Eloise Stevens, Elise Coates, Alexandra Pearson is the Cox. In lane 3, Loreto Normanhurst, Mika Trindle, Amelia Brownlee, Sophia Lamp, Abby Timmins, Emma Cusack is the Cox. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, Sophie Frost, Charlotte Bowen, Emily Walker, Isabel King, Heidi Bell is the Cox. In lane 5, Queenwood, Sophie Bennett, Juliet Talbot Stern, Cara Jolly Paul, Lara Vian, and Melody Ying is the Cox. In lane 6, Sydney Girls, Bonnie Steele, Ariel Mariega, Elsha Lim, Xenia Palmer, Hayley Huey is the Cox. In lane 7, Pimble Ladies, Emma Gual, Genevieve Bazina, Matilda Gilmore, Alison And, Mia Solomons is the Cox. Lane 8, Askham, Isabel Bugg, Chloe Hitchens, Sabrina Koshgar, Lucy Yapsley, Kitty Elias is the Cox. And lane 9, Roseville, Lily Coonan, Hannah Finbow Lawton, Eva Zhang, Sabine Baird, and Grace Thompson is the Cox. While we're waiting for that race to come down the course, if I could remind everyone that we have the Loreto Kirribilli raffle. The prizes include a White Bay Brewery $250 voucher for the tap room donated by the Tripp Smith family, and $250 vouchers at MJ Bale, Mecca, Style Runner, Arms of Eve and Cultivar. There's also Oriton prizes, a Young Surf wetsuit, crystal bracelets, Poppy Lissaman handbag, no doubt the girls may know about that, but not me. Hibernate summer pajama set. I'm not sure quite what the Hibernate is, but it's a Hibernate summer pajama set valued at $169. That's donated by Sarah Shepherd. And there's drink and dine vouchers at the Australian Heritage Hotel. So lots of prizes for everyone to win. $10 a ticket, or $45 for 5, or $90 for 10. Don't get much of a discount between 5 and 10, but it's $45 for 5, or $90 for 10, or $10 a ticket. And the raffle will be drawn at 1 o'clock today. So those particularly Loreto Kirribilli parents that might like to support Loreto Kirribilli rowing, you should make sure you buy a number of tickets, and thank you to all those people who've donated those prizes. So coming back to race 18, at the 500 metre mark, it was the Mossman crew in the lead from Canberra Girls Grammar, Askham, Sydney Girls, Roseville, Pimble Ladies, Loreto Normanhurst, and then Queenwood. So Mossman about half a boat length ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar, boat length then back to Askham. So the top 3 crews at the 500 metre mark in race 18, that's the Schoolgirl quad sculls, Mossman, Canberra Girls Grammar, and then Askham. So 1,000 metre mark, Mossman building their lead. So Mossman now ahead of Cambergirl's Grammar, Askham holding on to third place. Then about 3 or 4 lengths further back to Sydney Girls. Then Roseville, a length further back. So these girls probably in their 4th or 5th year of rowing. So very experienced rowers generally by now. And they're rowing over the 2,000 metres, which is the Olympic course. The year 8s and year 9s row over 1,000 metres, and the year 10s in the 8 row over 2,000. And the seniors, whether it's a single, double, quad, 4 or 8, all row over 2,000 metres, the Olympic course. So on screen now you can see that Mossman crew, the red and white stripes, very distinctive. Very nice rowing, very good technique, getting very good length with each stroke and getting very good boat length. The idea is as much as possible let the boat do the work as you lever the boat forward with each stroke. Very important that the blades all go in and come out together. So Mossman ahead, Cambergirl's Grammar not letting them get away though, and 1,500 metres, still just under a boat length behind. So it'll be interesting to see if they can challenge over the last 500 metres. Then Askham a little further back, 2 lengths further back in 3rd place, but holding that 3rd place very nicely at this stage. And those 3 crews have really pulled out away from the balance of the course, balance of the race. So we then have Sydney Girls in 4th place, just in screen at the moment. But it's on the far side of the course, it's Mossman, and then Askham on this side, and in the middle, the crew from Cambergirl's Grammar. That's the number 2 crew. Sorry, the number 1 crew from Cambergirl's Grammar. Race 19 behind this race has also started. We'll get back to that race shortly, but Mossman now accelerating over that last 100 metres and now comfortably ahead of Cambergirl's Grammar. Mossman, a club that's represented today, which is great to see not only schools but clubs being able to participate at this regatta. But Mossman now crossing the line, 2 lengths ahead of Cambergirl's Grammar. Very nice row from those 2 crews. And then Askham not to be outdone, coming up the finish line now, and they'll finishing very strongly. A lot of composure in that boat, and they'll take 3rd place.
Yeah, nice shot.
And the dominance one can see from those 3 crews by looking further back to the balance of the race. And 4th place at the moment is held by Sydney Girls, and then Roseville in 5th. Sydney Girls comfortably ahead of Roseville, and Sydney Girls last few strokes coming up the line now. And Sydney Girls will take 4th place. Then on this side of the course, Roseville will take 5th. And then it'll be Pimble just ahead of Loreto Normanhurst. So just finishing now, it's a bit of a battle now for 6th, but Pimble holding out the fast finishing Loreto Normanhurst. So Pimble in 6th, Loreto Normanhurst in 7th. And it'll just be the Queenwood crew to complete the race. So the results of race 18, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Coxed Sculls. It was won by Mossman, Frida Kirkman, Lottie Ravenstein, Eloise Stevens, Elise Coates, Alexandra Pearson is the Cox, coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schramko. Second place goes to Camber Girls Grammar, third Ascombe, fourth Sydney Girls, fifth Roseville, sixth Pimble Ladies, seventh Loreto Normanhurst, and Queenwood will take out eighth place. Next presentation will be for race 16, which is Division 1 of the 5th Year 9 Coxed Sculls. That's race 16, and that was won by St Catherine's. Yeah, but so we're now doing presentations for race 16. So race 16, which was Division 1 of the Year 9 5th Quad Sculls. And the winners, St Catherine's. That's the crew of Edie Hare, Isabella Wadham, Alice Burgess, Sophia Dunkley, coxed by Gracie Lou Farthing. Congratulations to St Catherine's, winners of Division 1 of the Year 9 5th Quad Sculls. So coming down the course now, we have the completion of the race 19, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Sculls. In lane 2 from Camber Girls Grammar, number 2 crew, Maddie Beasley, Mia Wiley, Emmanuel Hoskin, Audrey West, coxed by Eliza Miller. Sydney Girls number 2 crew in lane 3, Nazara Jones, Simo Kang, Annie Dang, Zoe Ann Laxamana, Angela Lee is the cox. In lane 5, from Mossman number 3 crew, Arabella Turner-Smith, Alice Stringer, Catherine Walsh, Sophie Hay, Chloe Phillips is the cox. In lane 6, from Mossman number 2 crew, Lola Balmain, Amelia Reid, Tanya Hornby, Erica Nutt, Abby Wrightson is the cox. And lane 7, Camber Girls Grammar number 3 crew, London Bartlett, Rebecca Alicia, Olivia Howes, Pepper Grenfell, and Isabella Collins is the cox. But very nice row out from lane 2, Camber Girls Grammar, now coming up to the finish line. And Camber Girls Grammar, comfortable winners of race 19. Mossman challenging, that's the Mossman number 2 crew, and they'll cross the line now in second place. Then quite a few lengths further back to the crews from Camber Girls Grammar. No, Moss. Yes, Camber Girls Grammar number 3 crew is just ahead of the Mossman number 3 crew. About a length ahead. Camber Girls Grammar holding on to that lead. So Camber Girls Grammar will cross the line in third place. In fourth place will go to the Mossman number 3 crew. And that completes race 19. So the winner, Camber Girls Grammar number 2 crew, then Mossman number 2, Camber Girls Grammar number 3, and then Mossman number 4. The next presentation is for the winners of race 18, which is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Sculls. That was won by the crew from Mossman. So presentation for the winners of race 18, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Sculls, was won by Mossman Rowing Club, Frida Kirkman, Lottie Ravenstein, Eloise Stevens, Elise Coates, Alexandra Pearson was the Cox. They were coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schrenko. Congratulations to Mossman Rowing Club, winners of the Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. Next race coming down the course is the Schoolgirl Second 8. In lane 3, St Catherine's, Isabel Williams, Zoe Elliott, Elvie Liston, Lillian Orange, Georgie Smith, Ashley Innes, Phoebe Sherrard, Amelia Fletcher, Bridie McGregor is the Cox. In lane 4, Pimble Ladies, Claire Ferrara, Edwina Harrington, Charlotte Blacklock, Madeline Woods, Rosie Egan's, Mia Sherry, Emily England, Arabella Murphy, Mia Solomons is the Cox. Lane 5, St Catherine's, Eden McGregor, Laura Seaton, Tilda Dunn, Eva Hunstead, Jaslyn Morgan, Emily Plowman, Tia Lee Morgan, Ada Lloyd, Claudia Lynham is the Cox. In lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew, Phoebe Arens, Mary Dunstan, Lily Loiterton, Ella Chidji, Chloe Stevenson, Annalise Radajak, Millie Fallon, Gemma Ronan, Lucy Karamanian is the Cox. In lane 7, Loreto Kirribilli number 2, Sarah Steele, Zara Jean Felinsky, Jasmine Smith, Lily Cadwallader, Juliet Butler, Lorella Di Giovanni, Julia Carney, Imogen Shield, Adelaide Russell is the Cox. So at the 1500 metre mark, it was St Catherine's, the length ahead of Loreto Kirribilli number 1 crew. And those two crews have pulled out from the balance of the field. Appears there's been a scratching. We only have 4 boats on the course. Trying to pick up the bow number. Yes, St Catherine's second crew doesn't appear to have started. But it's the St Catherine's crew from lane 5. Rowing strongly, the last 150 metres to go, maintaining that lead over Loreto Kirribilli. As St Catherine's come up to the finish line, that's the crew from lane 5. The crew from lane 3 didn't start. So St Catherine's coming up to the finish line now in the Schoolgirl Second 8, a length and a half ahead of Loreto Kirribilli. Number 2 crew, St Catherine's crosses the line. Loreto Kirribilli's Second 8 comes in second place. And then in third place will be Pimble Ladies. And then a little further back to Loreto Kirribilli's Third 8, who will come in fourth place. So Pimble Ladies, Second 8, just coming up the line now. And the next presentation on the dais will be for the winners of race 19, which is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull, and that was won by Canberra Girls Grammar. So Loreto Kirribilli's Third 8 just coming up to the finish line, about 5 strokes or 10 strokes to go. So to complete race 20, the Schoolgirl Second 8 was won by St Catherine's, then Loreto Kirribilli, Pimble Ladies, then Loreto Kirribilli Third 8. So presentation now for race 19. The winners of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull was won by Canberra Girls Grammar, Maddie Beasley, Mia Wiley, Emmanuel Hoskin, Audrey West, Eliza Miller is the Cox. Congratulations to Canberra Girls Grammar, winners of race 19, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Sculls. The next race on the course is the Schoolgirl First 8. We have 7 entries. Queenwood are rowing 2 8s in the first 8. They generally don't select their first 8 proper until first term of the following year. So in lane 2, we have the first of the Queenwood 8s. Eva Thompson, Sally Fanganuka, Madeline Walk, Lucinda Doku, Danielle Stridham, Winter Shervington, Flo Veach, Claudia Gassman, Isabella Goss is the Cox. In lane 3, Loreto Normanhurst, Stella Moore, Sabine Walton, Juliet Mason, Sophia Terry, Annabelle Roche, Patricia Boland, Poppy Russell, Penny Rose Collins, Indy Witten is the Cox. In lane 4, Pimble Ladies, the winners of the last 2 first 8 races this season. Annabelle Shanahan, Lauren Gibson, Isabella Stalley, Summer Phillips, Scarlett Ollison, Millie Cullinane, Erin Porter, Mika Nato, Matilde Goddard is the Cox. In lane 5, Queenwood, Scout Ferguson, Isabella Kennedy, Zara Taylor, Gemma McLaren, Scarlett Kay, Natasha Hughes, Bridget Thompson, Tessa Calverley, Zara Milner is the Cox. In lane 6, St Catherine's, Melanie Poulos, Alice Steed, Lucy Hall, Evelyn Stigter, Darcy Connell, Isabel Yardley, Matisse Borthwick, Chelsea Baker, Georgia Parks is the Cox. In lane 7, Roseville, Emma DePriest, Annabelle Abern, Claudia Berger, Alice Bestick, Piper Robertson, Grace McInlay, Chloe Franklin, Abigail Kelly, Alex Davies is the Cox, and Loreto Kirribilli in lane 8, Sarah Holt, Amelia Charlson, Avery Bramble, Chloe Alsop, Georgia Moran, Grace Woodward, Maddie Wheelahan, Elizabeth Roberts, and Lulu Warren is the Cox. So at the 1,000-metre mark, it was Pimble again in the lead, but only just 0.8 of a second from St Catherine's, 0.6 of a second back to Loreto Normanhurst. So the first 3 crews very, very tight. Then 2 lengths further back to the first of the Queenwood crews. That's the crew stroked by Scout Ferguson. Then the second of the Queenwood crews, and then followed Roseville and Loreto Kirribilli. So a very tight finish in those top 3 crews. That's Pimble, Loreto Normanhurst, and just checking that 3rd crew. Queenwood. Now Queenwood, I think some buttons may not have been pressed properly, but anyway, it's St Catherine's at the 1,500 metre mark, ahead of Loreto Normanhurst. No, something's gone wrong. Pimble hasn't appeared on that one. So Pimble is definitely still in the lead, but it's very tight between Pimble, St Catherine's and Loreto Normanhurst. St Catherine's rowing very strongly from lane 6. And they're ahead of Pimble and Normanhurst, so St Catherine's quite a turn up from yesterday's regatta, but St Catherine's very strongly out in front. St Catherine's from Pimble and then Normanhurst. Normanhurst challenging Pimble. They'll be very tight for second, but St Catherine's seem to have a strong enough lead to be comfortably going to win this race. That's the Schoolgirl First 8. So St Catherine's coming up the line now. And it'll be St Catherine's from Loreto Normanhurst and then Pimble. St Catherine's first. Loreto Normanhurst second. Pimble third. Incredible turnaround from yesterday's racing. Then the Queenwood crew from lane 5 comes in 4th. Tight finish between Loreto and the other Queenwood crew, but Loreto just gets there, so Loreto 5th, the other Queenwood crew 6th, and Roseville 7. So a very big win from St Catherine's in the Schoolgirl First 8. That's the crew of Melanie Poulos, Alice Steed, Lucy Hall, Evelyn Stigter, Darcy Connell, Isabel Yardley, Matisse Borthwick, Chelsea Baker, and Georgia Parks as the Cox. That was a very fast time of 6 minutes and 55 seconds and 20.25. A very good time for this time of the season for a first 8. So it was won by St Catherine's. Then in second place, Loreto Normanhurst, 3rd Pymble, 4th Queenwood, 5th Loreto Kirribilli, 6th the other Queenwood crew, and 7th Roseville. Thanks. The next race presentation is for race 20. So that's the Schoolgirl second 8, that race just about to be presented. So the presentation for the Schoolgirl second 8, which is race 20, was won by St Catherine's. The crew of Eden McGregor, Laura Seaton, Tilda Dunn, Eva Hutstead, Jocelyn Morgan, Emily Plowman, Tia Lee Morgan, Ada Lloyd, Coxed by Claudia Lynham. Congratulations, St Catherine's, winners of the Schoolgirl second 8. The next race on the program is race 22, which is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. This is rowed over 2,000 metres. In lane 2, representing Sydney girls, Saskia Alexander and Mia Williams. In lane 3, Queenwood, Eloise Lindfelt and Lauren King. In lane 4, Mossman, Amelia Darcy, Isabel Armstrong. In lane 5, Pymble, Isla Campbell and Ainahawa Colazo. In lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar, Fleur Basby and Grace Disney. In lane 7, Loreto Normanhurst, Grace Luffman and Alice Montano. And lane 8, Tara, Isabel Dolimov and Rita Liu. That's race 22, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. So the 1,500 metre mark, it was the Sydney girls double of Saskia Alexander and Mia Williams that was in the lead, from Tara, Isabel Dolmov and Rita Liu. Then Canberra Girls Grammar number 1 crew, Fleur Basby and Grace Disney. Then Mossman. In 4th place, Amelia Darcy and Isabel Armstrong. In 5th was Queenwood, Eloise Lindfelt and Lauren King. So just the closing stages now of race 22. And it's the crew closest to the grandstand. It's rowing well out in front. That's the crew from Tara, Isabel Domov and Rita Liu. And on the far side, the Sydney girls crew of Saskia Alexander and Mia Williams. And there are 2 race leaders at this stage. Then a little further back, but challenging, is the Canberra Girls Grammar crew of Fleur Basby and Grace Disney. And we'll do the presentation for the first 8 immediately at the conclusion of this race. So just as we come to the end of race 22, the Sydney Girls crew, the far side, Saskia Alexander and Mia Williams, holding on to their lead. Canberra Girls Grammar challenging Tara for second place, but a very nice finish at the far side. Very nice double sculling from Saskia Alexander and Mia Williams of Sydney Girls, and they will take out the race. Canberra Girls Grammar now coming absolutely in contention for second, and they will pip the crew from Tara. So Fleur Baseby and Grace Disney from Canberra Girls Grammar ahead of Isabel Dolamov and Rita Liu from Tara. Fourth place will go to the Mossman crew of Amelia Darcy and Isabel Armstrong. And while that race was finishing, on the podium we have the first eight race. The winners of the Schoolgirl first eight: St Catherine's, Melanie Poulos, Alice Steed, Lucy Hall, Evelyn Stigter, Darcy Connell, Isabel Yardley, Matisse Borthwick, Chelsea Baker, Coxed by Georgia Parks. St Catherine's, the winners of the Schoolgirl first eight. Then finishing the Year 10 double scull, crossing the line now is Loreto Normanhurst in fifth place. Then in sixth place will go to Pymble. And Queenwood came in fifth in between those two. So just repeating the results for race 22, it was won by Sydney Girls. Second place went to Canberra Girls Grammar, third Tara, fourth Mossman, fifth Queenwood, sixth Loreto Normanhurst, and seventh Pymble Ladies. Next race on the program is race 23, which is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. There are 6 entries. In lane 3, Sydney Girls, Dana Yoon and Emily Devlin. In race 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, Chloe Ryan and Hannah Watch. In lane 5, Loreto Normanhurst, Hazel McPhail and Nisa Kinchington. In lane 6, Askham, Anouk Lafferty and Sammy Rebilliard. In lane 7, PLC Sydney, Grace Logan and Merinda Connor-Taylor. In race 8, Tara, Nicole Shi and Kelly Lee. That's race 23, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. So at the 1,000-metre mark in race 23, that's the Schoolgirl Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. The race leaders were Tara, then Askham, Sydney Girls, Canberra Girls Grammar, Loreto, and then PLC Sydney. So that's the crew from Tara, that's Nicole Shi and Kelly Lee were leading at the 1,000 metre mark in race 23, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. And they've maintained that lead at the 1,500 metre mark. They're now a very comfortable 4 lengths ahead of Askham, then Canberra Girls Grammar, Sydney Girls, and then following them down the course is Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull, and in that race we have 5 entries. In lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar, Olivia McBride, Constantina Sulius. North Sydney Girls in lane 4, Ari Williams and Xiang Tang. In lane 5, Loreto Normanhurst, Libby Lacko and Alexandra Ward. In lane 6, Mossman, Chloe Phillips and Sophie Mills. And lane 8, North Sydney Girls, Chisazo Liu and Imogen Zabo. That's race 24. So just the closing stages now of race 23, and the Tara crew of Nicole Xi and Kelly Lee, very comfortable race leaders, rowing out of lane 8. Then second place goes to, second place at this stage is the crew from Askham. That's Anouk Lafferty and Sammy Rebilliard. And a little further back to Chloe Ryan and Hazel McPhail from Canberra Girls Grammar and Loreto Normanhurst. So after the conclusion of this race, we will do the presentations for race 22. So Tara maintaining that Tara double, maintaining that very nice lead, getting very good boat speed over the last 50 metres, ensuring their blades going together, strong finishes, and they will cross the line and take out first place in race 23, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. They'll then be followed by the Askham crew of Anouk Lafferty and Sammy Rebilliard, coming up the finish line now. Canberra Girls Grammar being challenged by Sydney Girls, but Canberra Girls Grammar will hold them off. That's the crew of Chloe Ryan and Hannah Watch, and Canberra Girls Grammar half a boat length ahead of Sydney Girls, Dana Yoon and Emily Devlin. They'll take 4th place. And then a little further back to the Loreto Normanhurst crew. And PLC Sydney appear not to have started. So we'll now do the presentation for race 22, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. And that was won by the Sydney Girls crew of Saskia Alexander and Mia Williams. So the winners of race 22, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull, representing Sydney Girls, Saskia Alexander and Mia Williams. Congratulations, girls. Winners of Division 1 of the Year 10 double scull. So just repeating the results of race 23, it was won by Tara, 2nd place Askham, 3rd Canberra Girls Grammar, 4th Sydney Girls and 5th Loreto Normanhurst. Race 24, we're just coming to the closing stages. And it's the crew from North Sydney Girls, well ahead. Rowing very nicely out in front. That's Kyozu Liu and Imogen Zabo. Very commanding lead on the balance of the field. Then Canberra Girls Grammar, Loreto Normanhurst and North Sydney Girls. In fact, I think there's been an error in the reporting. It's not, it's, no, it's North Sydney Girls, yep. So North Sydney Girls coming up to the finish line now. Very nice row from those two, and they cross the line and take out first place. Kyozu Liu and Imogen Zabo, coached by Philip Brown. So the winners of race 24, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. 2nd place at this stage of the course is the crew from Loreto Normanhurst, It's in lane 5. A little further back to Canberra Girls Grammar and the other North Sydney Girls crew. So the crew of Libby Lacko and Alexandra Ward just coming up the finish line now, and they will take out second place. Tight race for third, but Canberra Girls Grammar will probably just hold off the fast finishing crew from North Sydney Girls, just hold them off. And Canberra Girls Grammar just ahead of North Sydney Girls. And the Mossman crew does not appear to have started. So the results of race 24 was won by the North Sydney Girls crew of Kia Ozu Liu and Imogen Zabo. Second place, Libby Lacko and Alex Ward from Loreto Normanhurst. Third place, Olivia McBride and Constantina Sulius from Canberra Girls Grammar. And fourth place, Ari Williams and Xiang Tang from North Sydney Girls. We now move to the single sculls for the Year 10s. There are 4 divisions. Division 1, in lane 1, representing Loreto Normanhurst, Elizabeth Pennington. In lane 2, North Sydney Girls, Ada Poe. In lane 3, Pymble Ladies, Leander McLaughlin. Lane 4, Harriet Murphy from Pymble. Lane 5, Phoebe Pockley from Pymble. Lane 6, Ingsie Dive from Askham. Lane 7, Kiara Ewing from PLC Sydney. Lane 8, Amelie Kemper-Macy from Mossman. And in lane 9, Indiana Orth from Loreto Kirribilli. That's race 25, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 single sculls. The next presentation is for the winners of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull, and that was the crew from Tara. That's Nicole Shee and Kelly Lee. So the winners of race 23, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull, representing Tara, Nicole Shee and Kelly Lee. Congratulations, girls, and they were coached by Orlando Denton. Congratulations, Tara, winners of race 23, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull, Nicole Shee and Kelly Lee. We now move to the presentation for race 24, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. And that was won by the North Sydney Girls double of Xiaozhu Li and Imogen Zabo. And they were coached by Philip Brown. So the winners of race 24, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull, Xiaozhu Li and Imogen Zabo from North Sydney Girls. Congratulations. Well done to North Sydney Girls. Now, in race 26, Division 1 of the, start again, race 25, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl double sculls. It was Ingsie Dive at the 1500 metre mark that was a very comfortable leader over Leander McLaughlin from Pymble, then Indiana Orth from Loreto Kirribilli, Amelie Kemper-Macy from Mossman, and then Kiara Ewing from PLC Sydney. They were the top 5 place getters at the 1500 metre mark. But a very strong row from Ingsie Dive from Askham. Very comfortable race leader at this stage with about 250 metres to go.
Take it back round quickly, girls.
So it's Ingsy dive in the middle of the course, and then on this side of the course, rowing strongly, Mossman, Emily Kemper Massey and Indiana Orth from Loreto Kirribilli. And then also in the mix on the far side is Leander McLaughlin from Pimble Ladies. She's ahead of Harriet Murphy from Pimble. But Ingsy Dive rowing very comfortably out in front in the closing stages of race 25. As she comes up with about 10 strokes to go. On the far side, Leander McLaughlin from Pimble appears to have second place comfortably in underhand. There's a challenge for third though, between the scullers from Mossman and Loreto Kirribilli. So Ingsy Dive takes it out. Second place will go to Leander McLaughlin. Third place to Harriet Murphy. Fourth place will go to Indiana Orth from Loreto Kirribilli. Fifth will go to Emily Kemper Macy from Mossman. And then in sixth place will be Kiara Ewing from PLC Sydney. Just coming out the finishing line now. So the results of race 25, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Sculls. It was won by Ingsy Dive from Askham. Second place goes to Leander McLaughlin from Pimble. Third place to Harriet Murphy of Pimble. Fourth place to Indiana Orth from Loreto Kirribilli. Then Emily Kemper Macy from Mossman. Kiara Ewing from PLC Sydney. And they're the results for race 25. We're now moving to race 26, which is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. In lane 2, representing Pimble, Kelly Clifton. Lane 3, Tara, Caitlin Lerleuve. Lane 4, Meg Story from Canberra Girls Grammar. Lane 5, Erin O'Kane from Pimble. Lane 6, Emily Wang from Roseville. Lane 7 from Pimble, Sana Kapoor. Lane 8, Lucy Kodaris from Canberra Girls Grammar. And lane 9, representing Sydney Girls, Aisling Considine. So in race 26, at the 1500 metre mark, it was Meg Story from Canberra Girls Grammar that was leading, about 3 lengths ahead of Erin O'Kane from Pimble. So Meg Story from Canberra Girls Grammar leading Erin O'Kane from Pimble. Then in third was Kelly Clifton from Pimble. Fourth was Lucy Kodaris from Canberra Girls Grammar. And then Emily Wang from Roseville. They were the top 5 places at the 1500 metre mark. And as we come up now with about 150 metres to go, it's Meg Story from Canberra Girls Grammar who is leading in race 26, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Sculls. And following them down the course will be Division 3 of the Year 10 Single Sculls, and that race is underway. In lane 2, representing Sydney Girls, Alice Gow. In lane 3, Charlie Reeves from Loreto Kirribilli, Chloe Lau from PLC Sydney in lane 4, Isabella McFarlane from PLC Sydney in lane 5, Ava Baker from Mossman in lane 6, Piper Walker from Tara in lane 7, Sophie Mansfield from Loreto Kirribilli in lane 8, and Camille Zankel from Sydney Girls in lane 9. But as we come to the closing stages now of race 26, Meg Story remains a very comfortable race leader. Good balance, getting good length with each stroke. And she will comfortably take out race 26. Meg Story from Coxed. Second place will go to, from lane 5, Erin O'Kane. She's maintained that second placing throughout the race. And then a bit of a battle for third between, on this side of the course, Lucy Kadaris from Coxed, and on the far side, Kelly Clifton from Pymble, but Kelly will hold on just. It's a very tight finish, very tight finish, very tight finish. Oh, that's going to a photo, I think, but it's been called at the moment as Lucy Kadaris from Coxed. Fourth place goes to Kelly Clifton from Pymble. That was a very tight finish. Then fifth place will go to the sculler from Roseville, Emily Wang. So the results, and then sixth place coming down the course is the final sculler, who is from Sydney Girls, Aisling Considine. So just finishing now, race 26, coming up the finish line now from Sydney Girls, Aisling Considine. So the results of race 26, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Sculls, was won by Meg Story from Coxed, then Erin O'Kane from Pymble, Lucy Kadaris from Coxed, Kelly Clifton from Pymble, Emily Wang from Roseville, and then Aisling Considine. We now move to the presentations for race 25, Division 1 of the Year 10 Single Scull. So the winner of race 25, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull, was won by Ingsi Dive from Askham. Congratulations, Ingsi. So, winner of race 25, Division 1, Year 10 Single Sculls, Ingsi Dive from Askham. Congratulations. The next presentation will be for race 3, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl 4, and that was won by Coxed. So the winners of race 3, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl 4, Coxed, represented by Sophie Frost, Charlotte Bowen, Emily Walker, Isabel King, and Eliza Miller was the Cox. Congratulations to Coxed, winner of race 3, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl 4. Now, the next race coming down the course is race 27, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. In lane 2, Alice Yao from Sydney Girls, Charlie Reeves from Loreto Kirribilli in lane 3, Chloe Lau from PLC Sydney in lane 4, Isabella McFarlane in lane 5, Ava Baker from Mossman in lane 6, Piper Walker from Tara in lane 7, Sophie Mansfield from Kirribilli in lane 8, and Camille Zenkel from Sydney Girls in lane 9. The next presentation is for the winner of race 26, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Sculls. And that was won by Meg Story of Coxed. So the winner of race 26, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull, Meg Story from Canberra Girls Grammar. Congratulations, Meg, winner of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. So turning our attention now to race 27, that's Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. At the 1500 metre mark, it was Charlie Reeves from Loreto Kirribilli leading Sophie Mansfield from Loreto Kirribilli. Then in third place, Camille Zankel. Then she was ahead of Ava Baker from Mossman. Then Alice Yao from Sydney Girls. Then Isabella McFarlane and Chloe Lau from PLC Sydney. So on opposite sides of the course, it's Charlie Reeves and Sophie Mansfield who are the race leaders. Sophie Mansfield finishing very strongly in lane 8. This will be a battle between the two Kirribilli rowers, or scullers. Sophie putting in some very strong strokes. Very strong. Charlie fighting back, but I think Sophie may have pipped Charlie at this stage. Sophie Mansfield coming up to the line now, and she will win by about a boat length from Charlie Reeves. So win to Sophie Mansfield from Loreto Kirribilli. Charlie Reeves in second place. Those two scullers well ahead of the third placed sculler from Mossman, that's Ava Baker, who's coming up to the finish line now. And then Sydney Girls on this side, Camille Zankel will take out fourth place. But Ava Baker crossing the line now in third place. Camille Zankel in fourth place from Sydney Girls. And little then a little further back to the rest of the field, coming up the finish line now in fifth place will be Alice Zhao from Sydney Girls. And then we've got the two PLC scullers, Isabella McFarlane at this stage, just ahead of Chloe Lau. And Isabella McFarlane will take out sixth place and Chloe Lau seventh. So the results of race 27, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull was won by Sophie Mansfield from Loreto Kirribilli. Second place, Charlie Reeves from Loreto Kirribilli. Third, Ava Barker from Mossman. Fourth, Camille Zankel from Sydney Girls. Fifth, Alice Zhao from Sydney Girls. Sixth, Isabella McFarlane from PLC Sydney. And seventh, Chloe Lau from PLC Sydney. That completes race 27. We now move to race 28, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. There are 8 entries. In lane 2, Naomi Cross from Tara. Sydney McCartney from Tara in lane 3. Then Gracie Morell from Loreto Kirribilli in 4. Paloma Zhang from Loreto Kirribilli in 5. Adele Toya from Tara in 6. Alison Rao from Sydney Girls in 7. Amelia Reid from Mossman in 8. And Victoria Eaton from Tara in 9. That's race 28, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. At the 1500 metre mark, it was Alison Rao from Sydney Girls, about 3 lengths ahead of Gracie Morell from Loreto Kirribilli in 2nd, and Amelia Reid from Mossman in 3rd. So top 3 at the 1500 metre mark, Sydney Girls, then Loreto Kirribilli, then Mossman. The next presentation will be race 27. That's Division 3 of the Year 10 single scull, and that was won by Sophie Mansfield from Loreto Kirribilli. So presentation for race 27, the winner of Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull, representing Loreto Kirribilli, Sophie Mansfield. Congratulations, Sophie. So now looking at the conclusion of race 28. Very strong row from Alison Rowell, and she's comfortably leading with about 100 metres to go. And she's leading from the Mossman sculler, Amelia Reid, and then in the middle of the course, the Loreto Kirribilli sculler, Gracie Morell. A very controlled finish from Alison Rowell. And she comes up to the finish line with about 7 strokes to go, ahead of the Loreto Kirribilli and Mossman sculler. Tight finish for second, but it will be a comfortable win by Alison Rowell from Sydney Girls. Gracie Morell holding her position very strongly, and she too will cross the line now in second place, and then in third place will be Amelia Reid from Mossman. And then we move back to the balance of the field, who have about 100 metres to complete their race. After race 28, we then move to the race 29, which is the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. And then we move to the divisions of the Year 8 quads. So just crossing a line now, Sydney McCartney from Tara takes out 4th place. Then in 5th place, also from Tara, Adele Toa. 6th place will go to Victoria Eaton from Tara. And then on the far side will be Naomi Cross from Tara. And she will take out 7th place. Paloma Zhang from Loreto Kirribilli did not start. So the results of race 28, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Sculls, was won by Alison Rowell from Sydney Girls. Gracie Morell from Loreto Kirribilli came second. Third went to Amelia Reid from Mossman. Fourth went to Sydney McCartney from Tara. 5th was Adele Toa from Tara. 6th was Victoria Eaton from Tara, and 7th was Naomi Cross from Tara. That's the results of race 28, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. So there are 2 entries in race 29, which is the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. This is rowed over 2,000 metres. In lane 5, Queenwood, Elsie Hood, Isla McMillan, Lara Scalina, Charlotte McWilliam, Coxed by Alice Holm. In lane 6, Pimble, Ania Calazo, Charlotte Blacklock, Matilda Clement, Isla Campbell, Cassandra Vealman is the Cox. And that's race 29, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. Race is underway. The next presentation is for race 28, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. Presentation's moving very efficiently today. So the presentation for race 28 Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull, and that was won by Alison Rao from Sydney Girls. Congratulations, Alison. Winner of Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 single sculls. So looking at the screen now, it's the crew from Pimble that's appearing on the screen. Early stages of the race, but just passing the entry into the main lake, competition lake, you can see in the background. But Queenwood have built up a very comfortable lead at this stage of the race. They're about 3 boat lengths ahead of Pimble. So this will be the first year for these girls to do sweep rowing. Some will row in 8s, which we've seen earlier, and others will be rowing in 4s. Most of them also will be doing quad racing, so they'll row in the Year 10 quads, as well as, particularly at regattas like the Loreto Kirribilli Regatta, having an opportunity to race in sweep boats. And many girls will then move on to row in 8s. That's the senior 8s in their final 2 years of rowing. That's in commencement of Year 10 and Year 11. For their last 2 seasons of rowing. But Queenwood rowing very nicely out in front. As they come through the 1,000-metre mark, it was the Queenwood crew of Elsie Hood, Isla McMillan, Lara Scalina, Charlotte McWilliam and Alice Home that is leading. So as race 29 progresses, Queenwood continuing to build on that lead. And very comfortably ahead now of the Pymble crew with about 250 metres to go. It's the Pymble crew now in shot with the very distinctive red caps as they pass through the 1500 metre mark, but it's Queenwood 50 seconds ahead of Pymble at the 1500 metre mark. And while this race is concluding, the Year 8 quads are now lining up. You can see them down the course at the 1000 metre mark. And the first Year 8 quad race will be rowed in 2 divisions, as will the second Year 8 quad. Again, that'll be rowed in 2 divisions. So will the thirds will be rowed in 2 divisions. There's a single division of the fourths, Year 8 quads, and then the fifth Year 8 quads will be rowed in 2 divisions. So all up there'll be 9 races for the Year 8 quads. But Queenwood now across the line. Winners of race 29, Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. That's Elsie Hood, Isla McMillan, Lara Scalina, Charlotte McWilliam, and Alice Holm is the Cox. So Pymble now coming up to the finish line. About 10 strokes to go. The crew of Anya Colazzo, Charlotte Blacklock, Matilda Clement, Isla Campbell, Coxed by Cassandra Veilman. And they will now complete race 29. So the results of race 29, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox 4 was won by Queenwood, and Pymble were in second place. We now move to race 30, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 First Quad. There are 6 entries. In lane 3, representing Camber Girls Grammar, Erin Riley, Grace Fogarty, Alexandra Kadaris, Felicity Hazlitt, and Madison Auger is the Cox. Lane 4, MLC School, Janani Kanthasis, Kiara Ferguson, Hannah Lee, Sophia Ronan, Mara Nichols is the Cox. In lane 5, Regatta Kirribilli, Lulu Chidgey, Sienna Scrooby, Addie Bartlett, Charlie Orth, Cox by Audrey Lonergan. In lane 6, North Sydney Girls, Ying Ouyang, Chloe Zhao, Sarah Liu, Claire Wei, Ruea Wang is the Cox. And lane 7, PLC Sydney, Matilda Kirkwood, Lara Sangster, Lily Burrows, Miller Stewart, Molly Ammett is the Cox. In lane 8, Roseville, Mimi Manion, Cassie Gracie, Eleanor Forster, Alicia Jenkins, Madeline Edge is the Cox. That's race 30, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 First Quads. Just announcing, a phone charger has been found in the disabled toilets. If the owner of that could please come to the finish tower, at the base of the finish tower, and they can collect their phone charger. So a phone charger was found in the disabled toilets. The next presentation will be for race 29, which is won by Queenwood. They're just coming to the pontoon now. So we'll now move to the presentation for race 29, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. And that was won by Queenwood. So presentation for race 29, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. The winners, representing the Queenwood School, Elsie Hood, Isla McMillan, Lara Scalina, Charlotte McWilliam, and Alice Holm is the Cox. Winners of race 29, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox 4. Congratulations to Queenwood. So race 30 is underway now. That's Division 1 of the Year 8 First Quad. And starting very strongly over this side of the course is Roseville in lane 8. That's the crew of Mimi Mannion, Casey Gracie, Eleanor Foster, Alicia Jenkins and Madeline Edge. And they were leading at the 500 metre mark by a good 2 boat lengths from Canberra Girls Grammar, then a length further back to North Sydney Girls. So these are the top Year 8 rowers from each of these schools. In their first year of rowing, so most would have only been rowing for 2 or 3 months and already able to compete at this International Regatta Centre. Testament to the skill and hard work of, no doubt, their coaches, and particularly of this crew from Roseville, who's doing an outstanding job, well clear of the balance of the field. So Roseville, then a bit further back to Canberra Girls Grammar, North Sydney Girls, PLC Sydney, MLC School, and then Loreto Kirribilli. But the Roseville crew continuing to build on that lead. Very nice blade work for a Year 8 quad. And ensuring that they maintain their composure and the strength of each stroke. And they will very comfortably, barring a terrible mishap, take out race 30, Division 1 of the Year 8 First Quads. They come at the finish line now, getting great length for novice rowers, and a very nice row from Roseville. They're coached by Samantha Reeves, who's done an enormously good job with them. In second place, on the far side, will be the Canberra Girls Grammar crew. They're coming up the line now, that very distinctive green boat that they often use, or boats they often use. And then in third place is the very strong row from North Sydney Girls. It's fantastic to see North Sydney Girls being able to get a place in a first Year 8 final. Well done, North Sydney Girls. And then in fourth place will be the crew from PLC. They're coming up the finish line now. And then over on this side will be the crew from Queenwood, Oh, they're not racing. Sorry, that's another crew. Then MLC will come in 5th place, and then Loreto Kirribilli will be 6th. Still need to work on their timing, particularly for a first Year 8 quad. So the results of race 30 was won by Roseville, 2nd Canberra Girls Grammar, 3rd North Sydney Girls, then PLC Sydney, MLC School, and then Loreto Kirribilli. The race now coming down the course is the 2nd division of the first Year 8 quad. So the first crews from the other schools that did not have an entry in the first race. In lane 3, Loreto Normanhurst, Constance Whitaker, Camilla Ogilvie, Camilla Lamp, Clara Bradford, Ava Forrester is the Cox. In lane 4, from Askham, Jess Rebilliard, Emily Zhu, Poppy Mallet, Jess Brown, Amelia Butler is the Cox. In lane 5, from Queenwood, Penelope Curry, Elizabeth Fanuku, Isabella Rogers, Genevieve Jolly, Cara Jolly Pull is the Cox. Lane 6, Pimble Ladies, Eloise Gavana, Edith Cullinane, Emma Lloyd, Daisy Lay, Hilary Ayres is the Cox. Lane 7, Tara, Caitlin Ueno, Chelsea Hodges, Amina Duffy, Charlotte Winfield, Trinity Ting is the Cox. In lane 8, St Catherine's, Pippa Dodwell, Eddie Hare, Isabella Wadham, Alice Burgess, Estelle Glass is the Cox. And lane 9, Sydney Girls, Vivian Gao, or Zhao, Cindy Shi, Meryl Zhao, Lena Kwan, and April Tran is the Cox. So the 500 metre mark, it was St Catherine's leading Loreto Normanhurst, then Pimble Ladies, Queenwood, Tara, and Askham. Coming up now with about 150 metres to go. It's St Catherine's on this side of the course, doing very well out in front. And they're rowing from lane 8. And on the far side, in second place, is Loreto Normanhurst. And those two crews comfortably ahead of Pimble and Queenwood. Askham a little further back with Sydney Girls and Tara. But crossing the line now is St Catherine's. Nice row from that crew. Then in second place, Loreto Normanhurst. Coming up the finish line now will be Pimble in 3rd. A very smart time, that is the winners. St Catherine's in 4:03, so 4 seconds faster than the previous division. So Queenwood in 4th. 5th place at this stage, Tara ahead of Askham, and a little further back to Sydney Girls. So Tara just came out the finish line now, and they will take 5th place. Askham on the far side will be 6th, and Sydney Girls will be 7th. So the next presentation will be for race 30, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Quad Sculls. That's for the firsts. And that was won by Roseville. So the presentation for the winners of race 30, Division 1 of the Year 8 First Quad. The winners, Roseville, represented by Mimi Manion, Cassie Gracie, Eleanor Foster, Alicia Jenkins, and Madeline Edge was the Cox. They were coached by Samantha Reeves. Congratulations to Roseville. So just repeating the results of race 31, that was Division 2 of the Year 8 First Quads. That was won by St Catherine's. 2nd, Loreto Normanhurst. 3rd, Pimble Ladies. 4th, Queenwood. 5th, Tara. 6th, Askham. And 7th, Sydney Girls. Now, race 32 is underway. That's Division 1 of the second Year 8 quads. In lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli, Molly Roberts, Zoe Knowles, Sophie Dobbin, Allegra Johnson, Francesca Fleming is the Cox. Lane 4, Loreto Normanhurst, Kate Dean, Isabella Lander, Annie Shepherd, Charlotte Horton-Smith and Claire Kabul is the Cox. In lane 5, PLC Sydney, Rachel Ginn, Amy Dow, Anna Prokhorov, Maya Burnett, Zara Rutherford is the Cox. In lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar, Millie Levy, Stefania Havas, Alice Disney, Nathara Minelli, Net Panagotta and Michaela Gomez is the Cox. In lane 7, MLC, Kiara Ferguson, Elenia Sibe, Hannah Lee, Sophia Ronan, Mara Nichols is the Cox. And in lane 8, Sydney Girls, Larissa Liu, Claire Wang, Anya Menon, Molly Chen, Rebecca Maritz is the Cox. That's race 32, which is Division 1 of the Year 8 second quads. Crew's now coming up to the 500 metre mark. And it's the crews on this side of the course that are doing very well. That's the crews from MLC and Sydney Girls. Looks like we only have had 5 starters, so one of the crews hasn't started. I think it might be MLC that hasn't started. So it might be Canberra Girls Grammar and Sydney Girls that are doing well. So at the 500 metre mark though, it was Loreto Normanhurst ahead of Loreto Kirribilli, then Canberra Girls Grammar, Sydney Girls and PLC Sydney. So as we come up with about 200 metres to go, 150 metres to go, it's definitely Loreto Normanhurst in the lead. From Canberra Girls Grammar and Sydney Girls, a little further back to Loreto Kirribilli and then PLC Sydney. So MLC did not start. Nice throw from Loreto Normanhurst, holding a very strong lead over Canberra Girls Grammar. Length further back to Loreto Kirribilli and Sydney Girls on this side. And then PLC Sydney. But Loreto Normanhurst now coming up the line. That's a crew of Kate Dean, Isabella Lander, Annie Shepherd, Charlotte Horton-Smith and Claire Kabul is the Cox, and they will take out race 32. Loreto Normanhurst winners of race 32. Then second place will go to Canberra Girls Grammar. Then third to Loreto Kirribilli. Then Sydney Girls. Loreto Kirribilli just crossing the line now in third place. Sydney Girls came at the finish line. And they will take fourth. And then PLC Sydney, to complete the field, will take fifth. So the results of race 32, Division 1 of the second Year 8 quads, was won by Loreto Normanhurst, second Canberra Girls Grammar, third Loreto Kirribilli, then Sydney Girls and PLC Sydney. Next race is Division 2 of the second Year 8 quads, that's race 33. There are 6 entries: Queenwood in lane 3, Rachel Chatfield, Lucinda Hughes, Imogen Stewart, Manolia Taylor, Katarina Yao is the Cox. In lane 4, Tara, Kitty York, Tamika Tran, Olivia Peach, Dora He, Sarita Wikawamaraka is the Cox. Lane 5, St Catherine's, Matilda Olenderek-Smith, Francesca Gibson, Georgia Smell, Cadence Lim and Zara Morrow is the Cox. Lane 6, Roseville, Imogen Howard, Mia Williams, Ilaria Roberto, Charlotte McIntosh, Christina Chan is the Cox. In lane 7, Pimble, Lucy Woodbridge, Peyton Ashton, Zara Craig, Lily Oldfield, Bella Zhu is the Cox. And lane 8, North Sydney Girls, Lillian Yan, Sherry Ju, Alicia Chung, Isabel Fatha Cave, and Vicky Lynn is the Cox. That's race 33. And at the 500 metre mark, it was Pimble Ladies leading St Catherine's, then followed by Roseville, Queenwood and Tara. So Pimble Ladies building a comfortable and commanding lead over Roseville and St Catherine's. Then a little further back to Tara and North Sydney Girls, and then Queenwood. The Pimble crew rowing very strongly out in front. That's Lucy Woodbridge, Peyton Ashton, Zara Craig, Lily Oldfield and Bella Zhu is the Cox. About 2 lengths ahead of the challengers for second. That's Roseville and St Catherine's. We had a very tight finish for second. But St Catherine's appear to have moved away a little from Roseville in the last 100 metres of the race. But coming up the finish line, it's Pimble, St Catherine's, Roseville, then Queenwood, North Sydney Girls and Tara. Pimble though finishing strongly in to take out Division 2 of the second Year 8 quads. Second place will go to St Catherine's, a length ahead of Roseville. Fourth place will go to Queenwood. And then at this stage, Tara is holding off North Sydney Girls to be in 5th position. So the girls come up with about 25 metres to row. And it'll be Tara 5th, about a boat length and a half ahead of North Sydney Girls. So just repeating the results of race 33, Division 2 of the Year 8 second quads was won by Pimble Ladies. Second went to St Catherine's, third Roseville, fourth Queenwood, fifth Tara and 6th North Sydney Girls. Next race is race 34, which is Division 1 of the third Year 8 quads. There are 5 entries. Roseville in lane 3, Steph Atkinson, Noni Wilson, Libby Atkinson, Fiona Spear, Chloe Zhang as the Cox. In lane 4, PLC Sydney, Eleanor Short, Asta Ewing, Sophia Gooderick, Annabelle Cameron, Mila Duritz is the Cox. In lane 5, Loreto Normanhurst, Harriet Portelli, Sienna Smith, Sarah Neeshaw, Neve McGowan and Sophie Rigney is the Cox. In lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli, Sienna Ballantyne, Juliet Cortez, Grace Zuckerman, Penelope House and Emily Galvin is the Cox. And lane 7, Pimble Ladies, Bronte Cardno, Ava Costa, Sky Mitchell, Rose Bennett and Cox by Phoebe Toynton. That's race 34, Division 1 of the third Year 8 quads. Right. The next presentation will be for race 32, which is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 second quads, and that was won by Loreto Normanhurst. So the winners of race 32, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 second quad, Loreto Normanhurst, represented by Kate Dean, Isabella Lander, Annie Shepherd. Charlotte Horton-Smith and Claire Kirribilli is the Cox. Congratulations to Loreto Normanhurst, winners of race 32, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 second quads. We're now coming to the closing stages of race 34. Pimble, a very strong lead out in lane 7, ahead of Loreto Normanhurst. Loreto Kirribilli is just behind Loreto Normanhurst, and then on the far side Roseville, and then a bit further back to PLC Sydney. So Pimble coming up to the finish line, that's Bronte Cardno, Ava Costa, Sky Mitchell, Rose Bennett, Phoebe Toynton is the Cox, coached by Lucy Miller, and Pimble comfortable winners ultimately of race 34, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 third quads. So just crossing the line now. Stroke's got an issue, but they'll get there, and they've won. So well done to Pimble. Second place will go to Loreto Normanhurst, ultimately about a length and ahead of Loreto Kirribilli, who was being challenged by Roseville, but Loreto Normanhurst second. Kirribilli will just hold on to take third, Roseville fourth, and PLC Sydney will be fifth. The next presentation will be for race 33, the winners of Division 2 of the Year 8 quads, and that race was won by Pimble. Girls very quick to jump on the podium then. Lots of photographs, but the presentation hasn't yet taken place, but very excited Pimble crew. So the winners of race 33, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 second quads, Pimble Ladies College, represented by Lucy Woodbridge, Peyton Ashton, Zara Craig, Lily Oldfield, Coxed by Bella Zoo. Congratulations to Pimble. So just repeating the results of race 34, Division 1 of the third Year 8 quads, was won by Pimble Ladies, second Loreto Normanhurst, third Loreto Kirribilli, then Roseville and PLC. Our next race is race 35, which is Division 2 of the third Year 8 quads. There are 5 entries: Queenwood in lane 3, Alexia Dresma, Miller Beavis, Alessandra McWilliam, Annabelle Garner, Alana Elliott is the Cox. In lane 4, St Catherine's, Olivia Steed, Olivia Brill, Isabel Hartley, Saskia Vinell, Isabel Varajas is the Cox. In lane 5, Camber Girls Grammar, Madison Auger, Olive Mafarage, Annie McBride, Carrie Baseby, Memphis Lynham is the Cox. In lane 6, Tara, Michaelia Lolopio, Yasani Savarin, Siona Mishra, Avery Null, and Audrey Sun is the Cox. And lane 7, Sydney Girls, Ashana Singh, Savini Pathaban, Eva Lee, Sangvi Naik, and Freya Hahn is the Cox for Sydney Girls in lane 7. And at the 500 metre mark in Division 2 of the Year 8 third quads, it was St Catherine's leading Queenwood, then Camber Girls Grammar and Sydney Girls. And a little further back to Tara. So our next presentation is for the winners of race 34, which is Division 1 of the third Year 8 quad sculls. That was won by Pimble Ladies. So the winners of race 34, Division 1 of the Year 8 third quad sculls, Pimble Ladies College, represented by Bronte Cardno, Ava Costa, Sky Mitchell, Rose Bennett, Phoebe Toynton is the Cox, and they were coached by Lucy Miller. Winners of Division 1 of the third Year 8 quad sculls. Race 34, Pymble Ladies College. Congratulations. Now we now come to the closing stages of race 35, which is Division 2 of the third Year 8 quad sculls. It's a tight race now between the crews from on the far side of the course, Queenwood and St Catherine's, but Queenwood appeared to be about half a boat length ahead. A little further back to Camber Girls Grammar and Sydney Girls, and Tara a little further back. But coming up the finish line now, Queenwood are holding a one-length lead on St Catherine's. Very nice finish from that Queenwood crew as they cross the line now and will take out race 35. Second place will go to St Catherine's. Strokes having some issues, but they've got back together again. So St Catherine's will come in second. Camber Girls Grammar third. Fourth place will go to Sydney Girls High on this side of the course. And then Tara will be the last to finish. So the results of race 35, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl third quads, was won by Queenwood, Alexia Drasma, Miller Beavis, Alessandra McWilliam, Annabelle Garner, Coxed by Alana Elliott. Second place went to St Catherine's, third Camber Girls Grammar, fourth Sydney Girls, and fifth Tara. Next race is race 36, which is Division 4. This is rowed as a single division. So Division 4, that's the fourth Year 8 quads. There are 7 entries in lane 2. Sydney Girls, Isabella Leong, Ella Wang, Alice Yao, Sana Sharma, Hayley Hugh is the Cox. In lane 3, Roseville, Amelia Firth, Matilda Gifford, Sophie Belzer, Verity Spark, Kalila Lido is the Cox, coached by Lucy Thompson. In lane 4, St Catherine's, Isla McIntosh, Eddie Arthur, Scarlett Cardroy, Abby Markham, Ash Dew is the Cox. In lane 5, Queenwood, Charlotte Butland, Arden Cooper Ha, Maddie Ellison, Jess Slade, Emily Gilchrist is the Cox. In lane 6, Pymble, Amber Lewis, Annabelle Stack, Athena Wu, Arabella Huang, and Summer Mackin is the Cox. In lane 7, Loreto Kirribilli, Andy Kennard, Harriet Delaney, Eloise McClucas, Alice Smith, Matilda Murphy is the Cox. In lane 8, Camber Girls Grammar, Annabelle Trelaw, Alexa Franco, Saskia Hillich, Lucinda Barlow, and Lucia Wildman is the Cox. The next presentation is for race 31, which is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Sculls. That was won by St Catherine's. So the winners of race 31, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 First Quads, St Catherine's, represented by Pippa Dodwell, Eddie Hare, Isabella Wadham, Alice Burgess, and Estelle Glass was the Cox. Congratulations to St Catherine's. Now the point score after race 31, there's an ongoing point score for the regatta. In first place, Pymble Ladies with 630. Second place, Loreto Kirribilli with 476. Third place, St Catherine's with 448. Then followed Camber Girls Grammar with 413. Queenwood with 398. Loreto Normanhurst with 356. Roseville with 269. Sydney Girls at 218. Then PLC Sydney with 153. Then Tara with 146. Askham with 131. Then Mossman 127. North Sydney Girls 110. And MLC 88. So they were the point score after race 31. Now just coming now to the closing stages of race 36. As they come up to the line, it's a tight finish, but Queenwood appear to be at a comfortable lead with about 10 strokes to go. So it'll be Queenwood from Canberra Girls Grammar, Loreto Kirribilli. So Queenwood crossing the line to take out race 36, the fourth Year 8 quads. Second place goes to Canberra Grammar, third to Loreto Kirribilli. Then a little further back to the crew from St Catherine's, Sydney Girls, and then further back to Pymble and Roseville. So crossing line now in fourth place is St Catherine's, fifth will go to Sydney Girls. Then we have Pymble and Roseville battling it out for sixth place. It seems Roseville is ahead at this stage, although it's very tight. Pymble's coming back strongly. And Pymble has rode over Roseville, so Pymble will come in sixth place and Roseville in seventh. So the results of race 36, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Sculls. It was won by Queenwood. Second, Canberra Girls Grammar. Third, Loreto Kirribilli. Fourth, St Catherine's. Fifth, Sydney Girls. Sixth, Pymble Ladies. And seventh, Roseville. The next race on the program is race 37, which is Division 1 of the fifth Year 8 Coxed Sculls. So the fifth crew of each of the schools entering that race. And then the next race will be Division 2 of the fifth quads, which will actually be the sixth and seventh crews from the schools that have entered that division. So in race 37, St Catherine's in lane 3, represented by Matilda Carroll, Adriana Oliver, Ayla Rose, Yala Vada, Bailey Dew is the Cox, Loreto Kirribilli in lane 4, Emma Francis, Allegra Thompson, Georgie Ryan, Georgia Sultana, and Pip Kay is the Cox. In lane 5, Roseville, Eloise Winkler, Rachel Clemens, Evelyn Majamdar, Zia Chapman, Eleanor A. Young is the Cox. In lane 6, Queenwood, Amelia Baker, Sophie Davies, Piper Argus, Thea Edgerton, and Emily Zhu is the Cox. In lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Tabitha Campbell, Grace Tully, Amelia Russell, Emily Doikas, and Memphis Lynham is the Cox. In lane 8, Sydney Girls, Advita Prasad, Abby Zhao, Jintong He, Ada Chen, and Zeni Zhao is the Cox. That's race 37, Division 1 of the 5th Year 8 quads. So race well and truly underway at this stage. They're just coming up the 500 metre mark shortly. So it's Canberra Girls Grammar rowing very nicely out in front. The leaders, race leaders at the 500 metre mark. And they're a good 2 boat lengths ahead of Queenwood. And then another 2 boat lengths back to Sydney Girls. Length back to St Catherine's. And then Roseville and then Loreto Kirribilli at the tail of the field. So Camber Girls Grammar rowing out of lane 7, so second in from the stadium. Very nice lead at this stage of the race with about 200 metres to go. And then a battle for second between Queenwood and Sydney Girls. Then a little further back to St Catherine's. And then Loreto, Kirribilli and Roseville. But Camber Girls Grammar have built a commanding lead and don't appear to be threatened by anyone at this stage. And they should comfortably win race 37. That's the crew of Tabitha Campbell, Grace Tully, Amelia Russell, Emily Doikos and Memphis Lynham is the Cox. So at this stage it's Camber Girls Grammar remaining in the lead from Queenwood, then Sydney Girls, St Catherine's, Roseville and Loreto, Kirribilli. So Camber Girls Grammar coming up the line now, showing each stroke counts. Oh, bit of a crab, but they've recovered. Oh, another crab. And Camber Girls Grammar crosses the line in first place. Second place will go to Queenwood. And Queenwood now comes up the line and crosses. Third place will be Sydney Girls High. Girls just looking around to make sure they're nearly there, and they are. At 5 more strokes. So Sydney Girls crosses the line now. The far side, Roseville. And they will cross in fourth place. With only St Catherine's and Loreto, Kirribilli to come. Sorry, Roseville and Loreto, Kirribilli to come. So Roseville now crossing the line in fifth place. And Loreto, Kirribilli looks like they might be tacking down the course, but they're about to, they started in lane 4 and they'll finish in lane 1. And Loreto, Kirribilli crosses the line in sixth place. So the results of race 37, Division 1 of the Year 8 fifth quads, was won by Camber Girls Grammar. Second place went to Queenwood, third to Sydney Girls, fourth to St Catherine's, fifth to Roseville and sixth to Loreto, Kirribilli. That brings us to race 38, which is the second division of the fifth Year 8 quads. So this is the school's 6th and 7th quads rowing in this race. In lane 3, Loreto, Kirribilli's 7th quad, that's Molly Maddock, Raffaella Robinson, Eloise Stewart, Lily Heyman and Harriet Fallon as the Cox. Lane 4, Camber Girls Grammar 7th quad, that's Angeline Jose, Lucy Morrow, Sienna Gately, Harriet Russell and Regia Wang. In lane 5, Queenwood's 6th quad, Georgia McNee, Sophia Cox, Frankie Blair, Sassy Gillies, Charlie Gordon is the Cox. In lane 6, Camber Girls Grammar's 6th quad, Matilda Bladen, Lorna Haley, Lorna Bassingthwaite, Annie McMillan, Willow Barry and Elizabeth Tarver is the Cox. And lane 7, Loreto, Kirribilli's 6th quad, Eloise Christian, Waverley Russell, Anna Duffy, Rosie Teague and Eloise Mikkonen is the Cox. The next presentation will be for the winners of race 37, which is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 fifth quads, and that was won by Camber Girls Grammar. So the presentation for race 37, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 5th Quad Sculls. The winners, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Tabitha Campbell, Grace Tully, Amelia Russell, Emily Doikas, and Coxed by Memphis Lynham. Congratulations to Canberra Girls Grammar, winners of race 37, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 5th Quad Sculls. We're now coming to the closing stages of race 38, which is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Sculls 5th Division. And it's Loreto Kirribilli out in the lead, good 3 lengths ahead of the Queenwood crew. That's Loreto Kirribilli's 7th quad, ahead of Queenwood's 6th quad, then Canberra Girls Grammar's 6th quad, and then Loreto Kirribilli's 6th quad. So no one will going to catch that Loreto Kirribilli 7th quad as they come up to the finish line in race 38. So it's the crew of Molly Maddock, Raffaella Robinson, Eloise Stewart, Lily Heyman, and Harriet Fallon as the Cox, and they'll cross the finish line with 2 strokes to go. So Loreto Kirribilli taking out race 38, and they'll be followed by the Queenwood 6th crew, then Canberra Girls Grammar's 6th crew, and then it'll be Kirribilli's 6th quad. So Queenwood just coming out the finish line now. They'll take out 2nd place. 3rd place will go to Canberra Girls 6th quad. I think their 7th quad hasn't started. And then it'll be the Kirribilli 6th quad who'll come up to the finish line now to take out 4th place. And that will complete race 38. So the results of race 38, it was won by the Loreto Kirribilli 7th quad. Queenwood 6th quad came 2nd, Canberra Girls Grammar's 6th quad came 3rd, and Loreto Kirribilli 6th quad came 4th. We then have, closely following them down the course, the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. 9 entries, PLC Sydney in lane 1, Scarlett Askew and Ava Lane. North Sydney Girls in 2, Angelina Wang and Jasmine Nguyen. MLC in 3, Amy Lee and Molly Bentley Lamp. MLC in 4, Emily Hydett Smith and Megan Cruitt. In lane 5, Tara Adrina Maharajan and Rose Machetto. Lane 6, Vera Normanhurst and Award Sahara Bernstein. Lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Zoe Tran and Layla Biddington. Lane 8, Loreto Normanhurst, Ruby Matthews and Amelia Edwards. And lane 9, Loreto Normanhurst, Beatrix Germain and Jacqueline Whitaker. But coming up with it's the closing stages now, and it is the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar. It's got half a lead over Loreto Normanhurst. So Canberra Girls Grammar, Zoe Tran and Layla Biddington will take out the race, just ahead of Loreto Normanhurst, Anna Ward and Sahara Bernstein. 3rd place will go to the Loreto Normanhurst crew of Ruby Matthews and Amelia Edwards, finishing very strongly with the last few strokes. Then 4th place will go to the other Loreto Normanhurst crew of Beatrix Germain and Jacqueline Whitaker, who cross the line now. And 5th place will go to North Sydney Girls, Angelina Wang and Jasmine Nguyen. On the far side, they cross now in 5th place. 6th on the far side will go to the PLC crew of Scarlett Askew and Ava Lane. They come up to the finish line. Then in 7th place will be the MLC crew of, no it won't, it'll be the MLC, yes, the MLC crew, they've swapped lanes. Emily Hyatt Smith and Megan Cruitt. 8th will go to the Tara School, Adrina Marajan and Rose Machetto. And 9th will go to the other MLC crew of Amy Lee and Molly Bentley Lamp. So the results of race 39, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull, was won by Canberra Girls Grammar, Zoe Tran and Layla Biddington. Second, Loreto Normanhurst, Anna Ward and Sahara Bernstein. Third, Loreto Normanhurst, Ruby Matthews and Amelia Edwards. Then fourth, Loreto Normanhurst, Beatrix Germain and Jacqueline Whitaker. Fifth, North Sydney Girls, Angelina Wang and Jasmine Ewing. Sixth, PLC Sydney, Scarlett Askew and Ava Lane. Seventh, MLC, Emily Hyatt Smith and Megan Cute. Eighth, Tara Adrina Maharjan and Rose Machetto. And ninth, MLC, Amy Lee and Molly Bentley Lamb. That's the results of race 39, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double sculls. The next presentation will be for the winners of race 38, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 fifth quad sculls. And so the results of race 38, the medal presentation for boats just going down the pontoon. We'll now move to the medal presentation for race 38. Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 fifth quad sculls was won by Loreto Kirribilli, the crew of Molly Mattick, Raffaella Robinson, Eloise Stewart, Lily Heyman and Harriet Fallon as the Cox. Congratulations to Loreto Kirribilli, winners of race 38. And we're now moving to race 40, coming down the course. That's Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double sculls. In lane 2, Loreto Normanhurst, Rosie Lennon and Ella Freeman. In lane 3, MLC, Lucy Stoddard and Elizabeth Ravens. In lane 4, MLC, Stella Vincent and Maya McBrien. In lane 6, Loreto Normanhurst, Ruby Mullins and Alex Hare. In lane 7, Pimble, Rose Jones and Claudia Wyatt. In lane 8, North Sydney Girls, Sarah Newton and Erica Chew. And lane 9, the Sydney Girls, Evelyn Chew and Eliza Obed. So coming up now with about 100 metres to go, the crew out in front is the Loreto Normanhurst crew of Ruby Mullins and Alex Hare, rowing very nicely in front. And then in second place, second position at this stage is Pimble Ladies of Rose Jones and Claudia Wyatt. But the crew of Ruby Mullins and Alexandra Hare, very easy race winners, and they take out race 40, Division 2 of the Year 9 double sculls. In second place, second position, Pimble, and they will cross the line shortly to take second place. That's Rose Jones and Claudia Wyatt. Battle for third between these Sydney Girls scullers and North Sydney Girls. But Sydney Girls have got the measure of North Sydney Girls at this stage, and Sydney Girls, the crew of Evelyn Chew and Eliza Obed, will cross the line in third place, just ahead of North Sydney Girls, Sarah Newton and Erica Chew. And then over the far side, we have the MLC double of Lucy Stoddard and Elizabeth Ravens, crosses the line in fifth place. And sixth place on the far side will go to the Loreto Normanhurst crew of Rosie Lennon and Ella Freeman, just coming up to the finish line now. And the next presentation on the dais will be for race 39, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull, and that was won by the Canberra Girls Grammar double of Zoe Tran and Layla Biddington. So the presentation for race 39, the winners of race 39, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Zoe Tran and Layla Biddington. Congratulations to Canberra Girls Grammar, winners of race 39, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double sculls. The next presentation will be for race 36, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed sculls, and that was won by Queenwood. So the winners of race 36, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed sculls, representing Queenwood, Charlotte Butland, Arden Cooper Ha, Maddie Ellison, Jess Slade, and they were coxed by Emily Gilchrist. Congratulations to Queenwood, winners of race 36, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed skull. So coming down the course now is the third and final division of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. In lane 2, representing Pymble, Ginny Mackin and Jamila Sue. In lane 3, North Sydney Girls, Mahisa Sutharson and Gabriella Grant. In lane 4, PLC Sydney number 2 crew, Orby Cohen and Katerina Landis. In lane 5, PLC Sydney number 3 crew, Isabel Graves and Lily Sabharwal. In lane 6, Pymble Ladies, Madison Landgrab and Madeline Gaydon. In lane 7, Sydney Girls, Amy McDonald and Juliette Lefebvre. In lane 8, PLC Sydney number 4, Lola Britt and Michelle Lai. And in lane 9, Loreto Normanhurst, Lara Dwyer and Lucy Meek. And the next presentation is for race 40, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull, and that was won by Loreto Normanhurst. So the presentation for race 40, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. I think some younger sisters wanted to join older sisters. So, race 40, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull, representing Loreto Normanhurst, Ruby Mullins and Alexandra Hare. Congratulations to Loreto Normanhurst. While that presentation has been completed, we move back to the course for race 41, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. And at the 500 metre mark, it was Pymble Ladies number 2 leading Loreto Normanhurst, then PLC Sydney 2, Sydney Girls 2, PLC Sydney 3, North Sydney Girls, Pymble Ladies 3, and then PLC Sydney 4. But now with about 150 metres to go, it's the Pymble crew of Madison Landgrab and Madeline Gaydon rowing very strongly in the middle of the field in lane 6. Comfortable race leaders. Ahead of, on this side of the course, Lara Dwyer and Lucy Meek from Loreto Normanhurst, also finishing strongly, but Pymble girls have well and truly sealed this race. And they cross the line now to take out race 41, Madison Landgrab and Madeline Gaydon from Pymble. Then in lane 9, Lara Dwyer and Lucy Meek from Loreto Normanhurst in second. On the far side of the course, it'll be the PLC Sydney crew without a bow number, but presumably process of elimination. Orby Cohen and Katerina Vlandis will be third. Fourth will be the crew from Sydney Girls, Amy McDonald and Juliette Lefebvre. Then fifth will go to PLC Sydney number 3 crew, Isabel Graves and Lily Subharrell. And then coming up to the finish line now is the crew from North Sydney Girls, Mahisa Sutharson and Gabriella Grant. And they'll cross the finish line shortly. In sixth place, Pimble had stopped rowing over the far side, but they've started again. So it's Pimble and PLC number 4 crew to complete the race. Pimble now taking some big strokes, and they'll cross the line in 7th place, about a boat length ahead of, on this side of the course, PLC Sydney in 8th place. So the results of race 41 was won by the Pimble double of Madison Landgrab and Madeline Gaydon. Second place went to Lara Dwyer and Lucy Meek from Loreto Normanhurst. Then Orby Cohen and Katrina Vlandis from PLC Sydney in third. Amy McDonald, Juliette Lefebvre from Sydney Girls in fourth. Isabel Graves and Lily Sabahal from PLC in fifth. North Sydney Girls, Mahisa Sasathan and Gabriella Grant in sixth. Ginny Mackin and Jamila Sue from Pimble Ladies in seventh. And Lola Britt and Michelle Lai from PLC Sydney in eighth. That's the results of race 41, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double sculls. We now have the closing stages of the Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single sculls, and out in front is Ingsy Dive from Askham. Very strong row from Ingsy, and she will cross the line shortly. In second place is the sculler, second position at this stage, is the sculler from Canberra Girls Grammar. In Sydney Girls, Tara, Loreto Normanhurst, 2 scullers. So Ingsy crosses the line in first place. Win for Askham, and then coming up now towards the finish line is Chloe Owen from Canberra Girls Grammar. And she'll cross the line now. Then third will go to Irish Yang from third position now, certainly, is Irish Yang from Sydney Girls, just looking around to see the finish line is. Fourth place, fourth position at this stage, and almost certainly fourth place will be Ruby Odbert from Tara, just coming up towards the line now. And then on the far side of the course is Eloise Levey from Normanhurst. And then after that to come is from lane 5, Sally Hines from Loreto Normanhurst, and she will take out 6th place. So the results of race 42, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull was won by Ingsy Dive from Askham. Second place went to Chloe Owen from Canberra Girls Grammar. Third, Irish Yang from Sydney Girls. Fourth, Ruby Odbert from Tara. Fifth, Eloise Levey from Loreto Normanhurst. And Sally Hines from Loreto Normanhurst will take out 6th place. The next presentation is for race 35, which we might probably do after this race concludes that's on the course. So we might just hold off that presentation for a moment. So the next race on the course, just from closing stages, is Division 2 of the Schoolgirls Year 9 single scull. We're just going to hold that presentation if we could. So just completing as in we won't have the presentation until after the race. So just completing now race 43. It's on the far side of the course. It's the sculler from Girls Grammar, Camilla Griffin, who will take the race. And she is about 4 lengths ahead of, on this side, finishing strongly in lane 7, Siri Tabenslag from Pimble. And on the far side, in lane 1, Sophia Ben. Sophia Ben takes 2nd place. 3rd place will go to Pimble. 4th place will go to Pimble. 5th goes to Loreto Normanhurst. Coming out the finish line now will be in 6th place, Mia Zhang from Sydney Girls. And then a tight race for 7th between the 2 Loreto Normanhurst scullers. On this side of the course, Ella Jones, and on the far side, Elise Moore, but Ella Jones just gets there, and then Eloise Moore. And that then completes race 43. So it was won by Eloise Moore from Race 43, it was won by Camilla Griffin from Girls Grammar. 2nd was Sophie Ben from Roseville. 3rd, Siri Tabenslag from Pimble. 4th, Annabelle Lake Hughes from Pimble. 5th went to Poppy Bensley from Loreto Normanhurst. 6th, Mia Zhang from Sydney Girls. 7th, Ella Jones from Loreto Normanhurst. And 8th, Eloise Moore from Loreto Normanhurst. We now move to the presentation for race 35, Division 2 of the 3rd Year 8 Coxed Sculls. It was won by Queenwood, represented by Alexia Drasma, Miller Bevis, Alessandra McWilliam, Annabelle Garner, Alana Elliott was the cox. So congratulations to Queenwood, winners of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Sculls. Congratulations, girls. Now, moving back to the course, we have race 44, which is Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Sculls. There are 8 entries. In lane 2, Lauren Fong from Sydney Girls. In lane 3, Catherine Stark from Loreto Normanhurst. In lane 4, Chloe Macri from North Sydney Girls. In lane 5, Zoe Naden from Loreto Normanhurst. In lane 6, Abby Harris from Roseville. In lane 7, Fang Zhang from Sydney Girls. In lane 8, Mina Fassos from Roseville. And lane 9, Jazz Burgoyne from Loreto Normanhurst. And at the 500 metre mark, it was Mina Fassos from Roseville leading Lauren Fong from Sydney Girls, then Zoe Naden from Loreto Normanhurst, Fang Zhang from Sydney Girls, Abby Harris then from Roseville, followed by Jazz Burgoyne from Loreto Normanhurst, and then Chloe Macri from North Sydney Girls. So the top 3 place getters, or top 3 positions currently held by Roseville, Mina Fassos, then Lauren Fong from Sydney Girls, then Zoe Naden from Loreto Normanhurst. That was at the 500 metre mark. So Mina Fassos, 2nd from the grandstand, maintaining that lead that she had at the 500 metre mark. But it'll be a tight race for 2nd and 3rd between, in the middle of the course, Faying Zhang from Sydney Girls and Zoe Naden from Loreto Normanhurst. So the next presentation after the conclusion of this race will be for race 42. We're just finishing now race 44, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Sculls. And on opposite sides of the course, we have on this side Mina Fassos from Roseville, and on the far side, also rowing very strongly, is Lauren Fong from Sydney Girls. Each girl looking across at the other just to see where they are, but it'll be those last few strokes will tell us who's going to win. And Mina Fasos finishing very strongly. A couple of very big strokes there, and she will win. So Mina Fasos from Roseville on the far side, Lauren Fong from Sydney Girls. Tight race for third. Very tight race, but it looks like it will be too close to call that one. So very, very tight race there. We'll just wait for the photo finish, I think. But in fifth place was certainly Sydney Girls. That's Fang Zhang. And in sixth place, Abby Harris from Roseville. And in seventh place, Chloe Macri from North Sydney Girls. So just waiting for the results of third and fourth. That's the two Loreto Normanhurst scullers who crossed the line almost together. So while we're waiting for that photo finish, the next presentation is for race 42. So the presentation for the winners of race 42, or the winner of race 42, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull, was won by Ingsy Dive from Askham. The winner of race 42, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull, representing Askham, Ingsy Dive. Congratulations, Ingsy. And the next presentation is for race 43, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull, and that was won by Camilla Griffin from Canberra Girls Grammar. So the winner of race 43, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull, Camilla Griffin from Canberra Girls Grammar. Congratulations, Camilla. Now we've got the results of the camera finish, photo finish in race 44. The full results: Roseville, Mina Fasos won. Then second place was Lauren Fong from Sydney Girls. Third place, Jazz Burgoyne from Loreto Normanhurst. And then 0.03, so essentially a bow ball, Fang Zhang from Sydney Girls. So an incredibly close finish between third and fourth. Then in fifth, Zoe Naden from Loreto Normanhurst. Sixth, Abby Harris from Roseville. And in seventh, Chloe Macri from North Sydney Girls. The next presentation will be for race 44, which we've just given the official results for. That's Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single. So the presentation for race 44, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull. The winner, Mina Fasos from Roseville. Congratulations, Minna, winner of Division 3 of the Year 9 single scull. Next race which is underway is race 45, which is Division 1 of the Year 10 first quads. So the Year 10 first quads are rowed in 2 divisions. In Division 1 we have Pimble Ladies in lane 3, Zara Kinneberg, Kelly Clifton, Harriet Murphy, Leander McLaughlin, Emily Bartrop is the Cox. In lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli, Chiara Crino, Phaedra Kevin, Zara Lucci, Bella Tripp, Charlotte Clarkin is the Cox. In lane 5, Tara, Nicole Xi, Kelly Lee, Isabel Dolomov, Rita Liu, Charlotte Goy is the Cox. In lane 6, PLC Sydney, Grace Moody, Kiara Ewing, Carla Rassica, Jessica Burrows, Holly Angwin is the Cox. In lane 7, Roseville, Emily Wang, Lily Coonan, Piper Robertson, Annabelle Eburn, Grace Thompson is the Cox. And lane 8, Mossman, Emily Kemper-Macy, Amelia Darcy, Ava Baker, Isabel Armstrong, Abby Wrightson is the Cox. So that's Division 1 of the Year 10 first quads. They're coming down the course now. And at the 1,000 metre mark, our race leaders were Pimble. And they had a comfortable lead over PLC Sydney. And then very close behind PLC Sydney were Mossman and Roseville, and a little further back to Loreto Kirribilli and Tara. So at the 1,000 metre mark, it was Pimble, 3 lengths ahead of PLC Sydney. Then basically a canvas back to Mossman, further canvas back to Roseville. That is the length of the boat from the bow to the bow seat. Then a length back to Loreto Kirribilli and 2 lengths back to Tara. So at the 1,500 metre mark in race 45, that's Division 1 of the first Year 10 quads, it was Pimble maintaining that lead over Mossman. Mossman's now built a boat length lead over PLC Sydney. Roseville just behind them, then a length back to Loreto Kirribilli, and then 2 lengths back to Tara. So certainly Pimble quad rowing very nicely and strongly out in front. And they're rowing from lane 3, making the best of these ideal rowing conditions. And then on this side of the course, it's Mossman in second place, and then over in the behind, just next to them, is Roseville, a little further back to PLC Sydney, a few lengths back to Loreto Kirribilli, and then Tara. But Pimble making every poster winner at this stage, rowing very strongly, getting good boat movement. Every stroke they're pushing that boat forward, sending it away, as they say, and with about 4 strokes to go, and they will cross the line to take out race 45, Division 1 of the first Year 10 quads. A very nice row from Zara Kinneberg, Kelly Clifton, Harriet Murphy, Leander McLaughlin, Coxed by Emily Bartrop, and Carl Schmidt is their coach. Now Mossman coming up to finish line now and comfortably holding second position, and they'll cross the line now. Very nice blade work as they come up to the line. In third place will be the crew from Roseville, about a length and a half ahead of PLC Sydney, and a bit further back to Loreto, Kirribilli and Tara. A time of 7:43. Smart time for a Year 10 quad, rowing over 2,000 metres. A very nice row from that Pymble crew. So the results of race 45 was won by Pymble Ladies, second Mossman, third Roseville, fourth PLC Sydney, fifth Loreto Kirribilli, and sixth Tara. That brings us then to race 46, which is the second division of the Year 10 first quads. So these are the schools that had their first quads in this division rather than the first division, but all the top rowers from these schools. So lane 3, Askham, Remy Malouf, Hannah Kyle, Sammy Rebilliard, Anouk Lafferty and Jess Rebilliard is the Cox. In lane 4, Sydney Girls, Alison Rao, Camille Zankel, Saskia Alexander, Mia Williams and Jenny Zhao is the Cox. In lane 5, Reto Normanhurst, Emerson Dooley, Ellen Ogilvie, Mia Dragonudis, Ava Smith and Adele Simon is the Cox. In lane 6, Queenwood, Genevieve Hayes, Tessa Calverley, Claudia Gassman, Sally Fanganuku, Alice Holm is the Cox. And in lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Fleur Baisby, Meg Story, Grace Disney, Lucy Kadaris and Isabella Collins is the Cox. And at the 1,500 metre mark, it was the Canberra Girls Grammar crew in the lead, followed by Queenwood and then Sydney Girls. So Canberra Girls Grammar rowing out of lane 7, ahead of Queenwood, in lane 6 next to them. Then back to Sydney Girls, Loreto Normanhurst and Askham. So Queenwood trying to challenge Canberra Girls Grammar, but Canberra Girls Grammar holding them off at this stage. There's only about 150 metres to go. Cox is both trying to motivate their girls to just finish off those last 100 metres, 150 metres to finish this 2,000 metre race. Year 10s previously rowed over 1,500 metres, but they're now rowing over 2,000 metres for both the 8s and the quads. So the extra 500 metres is the very tough part of the race. And Canberra Girls Grammar, though, have held off the challenge from Queenwood, and they will move on to win this race. That's Division 2 of the Year 10 first quads. And Canberra Girls Grammar cross the line now in first place, about 2 lengths ahead of Queenwood in second. Then Sydney Girls, a few lengths further back, they're coming up towards the line, then followed by Loreto Normanhurst and then Askham. So Sydney Girls just coming up the finish line now. That's Alison Rao, Camille Zankel, Saskia Alexander, Mia Williams and Jenny Zhao as the Cox. They take third place. And just 2 to come, Loreto Normanhurst and Askham. So next race coming down the course is the Division 2, which will be rowed as a single division of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Sculls. And in a moment we'll do the presentation for race 45, which is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 quads, as Loreto Normanhurst now cross the line in 4th place. And Askham's coming up the finish line now, and they will take out 5th place. So next presentation is for race 45. So presentation for race 45, Division 1 of the Year 10 first quad. The girls could move back to the podium. And the winners, representing Pymble Ladies, Zara Kinneberg, Kelly Clifton, Harriet Murphy, Leander McLaughlin, and Emily Bartrop is the Coxed. They were coached by Carl Smith. Congratulations to Pymble Ladies College, winners of Division 1 of the Year 10 first quad, in a very smart time of 7 minutes and 43 seconds. So while that presentation's taking place, the Division 2 is well underway. In lane 1, we have 9 entries. In lane 1, Pymble Ladies, Georgina Curtis, Amber Eisenhower, Erin O'Kane, Olivia Norton, Sanaya Lakani is the Cox. In lane 2, Queenwood, Gemma Wirral, Lara Scalina, Chelsea Yates, Elsie Hood, Bridget Thompson is the Cox. In lane 3, North Sydney Girls, Andrea Deng, Sarah Wang, Lejaya Tang, Felicity Moy, Daisy Meng is the Cox. In lane 4, Tara, Caitlin Leverve, Piper Walker, Sydney McCartney, Victoria Eaton, Tamika Tran is the Cox. In lane 5, PLC Sydney, Claire La, Willow Swift, Isabel Wadland, Vicky Russell and Isabella McFarlane is the Cox. In lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli, Claudia Campbell, Beatrix Cadman, Annabelle Kovacs, Alex James, Chloe Osnicki is the Cox. In lane 7, Sydney Girls, Dana Hewen, Emily Devlin, Aisling Considine, Alice Zhao, Karina Lee is the Cox. In lane 8, Canberra Girls Grammar, Constantina Sulius, Chloe Ryan, Olivia McBride, Abby Irvin, Elizabeth Tarver is the Cox. And in lane 9, Loreto Normanhurst, Portia Gill, Matilda English, Maddie Ferrara, Emily Johnson, and Anika Clark is the Cox. So at the 1500 metre mark, the race leaders were Pymble from Queenwood, then PLC Sydney, North Sydney Girls, Loreto Kirribilli, then Canberra Girls Grammar. Sorry. Next presentation will be for race 46. Which is Division 2 of the Year 10 first quad, and that was won by Canberra Girls Grammar. So the presentation for race 46, Division 2 of the Year 10 first quad, Canberra Girls Grammar, represented by Fleur Baseby, Meg Story, Grace Disney, Lucy Kadaris, and Isabella Collins was the Cox. Congratulations to Canberra Girls Grammar, winners of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 first quad. So now coming up to the closing stages of race 47, the second division of the Year 10 quad. And it's Queenwood competing with PLC Sydney, but the winners were Pymble. So a very nice row from Pymble. Second place will be tight between Queenwood and PLC, but Queenwood have got about a boat length and they will hold that boat length, although it's reduced to half a boat length. A very fast finish from PLC, but Queenwood second, PLC Sydney third. Fourth will go to North Sydney Girls. So North Sydney Girls ahead of Loreto Kirribilli. Some very strong rowing today from North Sydney Girls. Then the last three crews to come up to the finish line are being led by Canberra Girls Grammar, who will take out sixth place. And they're crossing the line now. Then in 7th place will go to Sydney Girls. And Sydney Girls will then be followed by Loreto Normanhurst. And then we just have Tara to then complete race 47, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Scull. So the results of race 47, with one still to finish, it was won by Pymble. 2nd place was Queenwood. 3rd, PLC Sydney. 4th, North Sydney Girls. 5th, Loreto Kirribilli. 6th, Canberra Girls Grammar. 7th, Sydney Girls. 8th, Loreto Normanhurst. And then when they finish, 9th will be Tara. The next race coming down the course is Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Scull. And in lane 3 we have Pymble, Genevieve Bazina, Allegra Tabenslag, Emily England, Lucy Simpson, Cassandra Vailman as the Cox. In lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, Isla Davidson, Scarlett Ridd, Emily Roy, Abby Irvine, Leah Gia Wang as the Cox. In lane 6, Sydney Girls, Anna Gandhi, Chelsea Diam, Amy Dew, Maya Reid, Meta Anil as the Cox. In lane 7, PLC Sydney, Grace Logan, Lily Horsberg, Sophie Meyer, Chloe Lau, Marinda Conatali as the Cox. And lane 8, Loreto Kirribilli, Lily Codwalder, Meg Warburton, Maddie Chiswick, Grace Edwards and Adelaide Russell as the Cox. That's race 48, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Scull. And at the 1,000 metre mark, it was Pymble ladies leading Loreto Kirribilli, then Canberra Girls Grammar, PLC Sydney and Sydney Girls High. So Pymble had built up a strong lead at the 1,500 metre mark. They're about 4 boat lengths ahead of Loreto Kirribilli. Then Loreto Kirribilli about 5-6 boat lengths ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar. Then PLC Sydney and then Sydney Girls. But as they come up now to the closing stages of the race, Pymble have built on that lead and are comfortable race leaders from Loreto Kirribilli on this side of the course. And then in the middle of the course, Canberra Girls Grammar, POC Sydney and Sydney Girls High. Pymble rowing very strongly, nice timing, good blade depth after 2 Ks of rowing. Very nice performance from a Division 3 Year 10 quad, and Pymble cross the line now to take race 48, the 3rd division of the Year 10 quads. Loreto Kirribilli now coming up to take 2nd as they cross the line. PLC challenging Canberra Girls Grammar, but Canberra Girls Grammar appears to be resisting that challenge and holding them out as they come up to take or look for 3rd place in this race. So Canberra Girls Grammar just finishing strongly, a few strokes to go. not quite getting the length they might have at the start of the race, but Canberra Girls Grammar now crossing the line in third place. PSC Sydney in fourth. Sydney Girls now coming up to the line and they will take fifth place. So the results of race 48, with one still to come. It was won by Pymble Ladies, second Loreto Kirribilli, third Canberra Girls Grammar, fourth PLC Sydney, and Sydney Girls now coming up to the finish line and they will take fifth place. That's race 48, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Scull. The next presentation is for the winners of race 47, Division 2 of the Year 10 Coxed Scull. So the presentation for race 47, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Scull. So we now move to the presentation for race 47, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Scull. And that was won by Pymble Ladies, represented by Georgina Curtis, Amber Eisenhower, Erin O'Kane, Olivia Norton, and Sanaya Bakani was the Cox. Congratulations to Pymble, winners of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Sculls. The next race coming down the course is a composite race. It is described as the final of the Year 10 fourth quad, Year 10 fifth quad, and Year 10 sixth quad. There are one crew entered in the Year 10 sixth quad. That's Pymble Ladies, Sasha Paris, Blair Elliott, Cleo McLaughlin, Annabella Lake Hughes, Phoebe Hutton is the Cox. There are three crews entered in the Year 10 fifth quad race. From Pymble Ladies, Madeline Gaydon, Rose Jones, Madison Landgrab, Claudia Wyatt and Emma Wang as the Cox. And then we also have in that race another Pymble crew. Anaya Colazo, Charlotte Blacklock, Matilda Clement, Isla Campbell and Phoebe Hutton is coxing. It appears Phoebe Hutton is coxing two races at the same time, which is an interesting concept. Then we have Canberra Girls Grammar, Hannah Watch, Hannah Watch, Scarlett Reid, Emily Roy, Abby Irvine and Vijaya Wang coxing. And then in the Year 10 fourth quad race, we have another Pymble's crew, Claire Ferrara, Sana Kapoor, Edwina Harrington, Mia Sherry, Emma Wang is the Cox. You might describe this as a point score race for Pymble. They've got four crews in three divisions, and Canberra Girls Grammar is the only other school represented. So while we're waiting for that race to conclude, we'll move to the presentation for 48. That was Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Sculls. So the presentation for race 48, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Sculls. And that was won by Pimble, represented by Genevieve Bazina, Allegra Tabenschlag, Emily England, Lucy Simpson, and Coxed by Cassandra Vailman. Congratulations to Pimble, winners of Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Sculls. Now, looking down the course, we've got the conclusion of the composite race. Out in front is the Pimble 5th Year 10 quad, number 1 crew, if I can call them that. That's the crew. The bow seat is Madeline Gaydon and stroked by Claudia Wyatt. So they're leading very comfortably. Then in second, at least as far as the race is concerned, but not necessarily the placings, because they're all rowing in different divisions, is the Pimble crew of Claire Ferrara in the bow seat and Mia Sherry in stroke. Then in third place, just behind them, we've got the Pimble crew with Sasha Paris in the bow seat. Just as the first Pimble crew crosses the line, that's Madeline Gaydon, Rose Jones, Madison Landgrab, Claudia Wyatt, and Emma Wang. So they're the winners of the 5th division of the Year 10 Coxed Sculls. And they're well ahead of the Pimble crew rowing from lane 5, which is the just check that bow number. No. That's the Pimble crew of Sasha Paris, Blair Elliott, Cleo McLaughlin, Annabelle Legg Hughes, and Phoebe Hutton. Is the Cox. They've just won the 6th Year 10 quad, second in the race, but winners of the 6th division. And then coming up the finish line now is the crew of Claire Ferrara, Sana Kapoor, Edwina Harrington, Mia Sherry, Coxed by Emma Wang, and they are the winners of the 4th division for Pimble. And the Pierce Canberra Girls Grammar didn't start, so it was an all-Pimble crew, all-Pimble race. And so the last crew to finish will be the crew in lane 5, which is Anaya Colazo, Charlotte Blacklock, Matilda Clement, Isla Campbell, and again, this is Phoebe Hutton's second boat that she's coxing in this race. And they will come up to the finish line, and they will come second in the Year 10 5th quad race. And crossing the line now. So the winners of the 4th division, Pimble, the winners of the 5th division, Pimble, and Pimble came second in the 5th division, and the winners of the 6th division, Pimble. So the next presentation will be for the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Division 5 race, and that is the crew from Pymble. So this is part of the composite race, which was race 49. So the winners of the 5th division of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Sculls, representing Pymble Ladies College, Madeline Gaydon, Rose Jones, Madison Landgrab, Claudia Wyatt, and they were coxed by Emma Wang. Congratulations to Pymble, winners of the 5th division of the Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls. So we have coming down the course now, race 50, which is another Pymble division of the Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls. There were 4 Pymble crews entered. It appears that we only have, no, we seem to have all 4 of them. So another 4 Pymble Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls. In lane 3, Pymble Ladies, what's called number 2 crew, Siri Tubbenslag, Charlotte Lynn, Sophie Harris, Stella Walsh, Eloise Jenkins is the cox. In lane 4, Pymble Ladies number 3, Ellie Zhao, Bethany Carruthers, Kate Rogers, Isla Polites, Poppy Fox Ashwin is the cox. In lane 6, Pymble Ladies number 1 crew, Stacey Sharp, Alexandra Ritchie, Gemma Thiel, Aurora Zhang, Margot Marseille is the cox. And Pymble number 4, Imogen Jones, Claudia Gijakis, Jamila Sue and Isabella Hume, and Mia McAuliffe is the cox. And at the 1500 metre mark, it was Pymble 1 leading Pymble 2, leading Pymble 3, and then Pymble 4. Okay. Now, there's some more Pymble activity. We're now moving to the winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10 6th division. And again, won by Pymble Ladies College, Sasha Paris, Blair Elliott, Cleo McLaughlin, Annabella Lake Hughes, coxed by Phoebe Hutton. So congratulations to Pymble Ladies College, winners of Division 6 of the Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls. And while that was happening, we had the conclusion of race 50 with Pymble Ladies number 1 crossing the line in first place, Pymble Ladies number 2 in second place, and with Pymble Ladies number 3 holding 3rd position at the moment, ahead of Pymble Ladies number 4 in 4th position. Now, following them quickly down the course is the 1st division of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. There are 5 entries. Pymble Ladies in lane 3, Rosie Eggins and Arabella Murphy. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 4, Emmanuel Hoskin and Sophie Murphy. Mossman 1 in 5, that's Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates. Lane 6, Sydney Girls, Bonnie Steele and Xenia Palmer. And lane 7, Tara, Hannah Wilkins and Maria Karutzis. That's Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. Just as the Pymble crews complete their clean sweep of race 50. So Pymble 1, Pymble 2, Pymble 3, Pymble 4. Keeps it very simple. Now we now move to another Pymble presentation. We have Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Quads. And again, that was won by Pymble Ladies College. And Pymble represented in the 4th division by Claire Ferrara, Sana Kapoor, Edwina Harrington, Mia Sherry, and coxed by Emma Wang, coached by Alex McMillan. Congratulations to Pymble Ladies College, winners of Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Quad Sculls. And while that was happening, Mossman crossed the line, a lovely row from Eloise Stevens and Elisa Coates to take out race 51, Schoolgirl Double Division 1. In second place, coming up to the line now, is the crew from Sydney Girls, Bonnie Steele and Xenia Palmer. They'll take out second place. Third place will go to the crew from Canberra Girls Grabber, Emmanuel Hoskin and Sophie Murphy. With one to finish, which will be Tara, Hannah Wilkins and Maria Karutzis. And just coming up the finish line now, Hannah Wilkins and Maria Karutzis from Tara, and they'll take fourth place in race 51, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. We then have on the course coming down now is Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. There were 5 entries. In lane 3, Sydney Girls, Elsha Lim and Ariel Maniega. In lane 4, Mossman 2, Freda Kirkham and Lottie Ravenstein. In lane 5, Mossman 3, Erica Nutt and Tanya Hornby. In lane 5, lane 6, North Sydney Girls, Sherry Liu and Sienna Fong. And lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Maddie Beasley and Audrey West. That's Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. And we now move to the presentation for the winners of race 50, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 7. This was the race with 4 Pymble crews. And the winners were the Pymble Ladies #1 crew, Stacey Sharp, Alexandra Ritchie, Gemma Thiel, Aurora Zhang and Margot Marseille was the Cox, coached by Sophie Graham and Harry Birchmore. Pymble Ladies College winners of Division 7 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls. Congratulations to Pymble Ladies College. As they now are presented with their medals. Congratulations, Pymble. Now, just finishing now, race 52, the race leaders from Mossman being Freda Kirkman and Lottie Ravenstein, just coming up with about 50 metres to go. A very commanding lead on the fellow Mossman rowers, Erica Nutt and Tanya Hornby are in second position at this stage, but Freda Kirkman and Lottie Ravenstein now crossing the line, and they will take out race 52, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. In second position now, very comfortably ahead of third place, is Erica Nutt and Tanya Hornby from Mossman. And third position is the Canberra Girls Grammar double of Maddie Beasley and Audrey West, just as Erica Nutt and Tanya Hornby cross the line. And then a little further back to the doubles from North Sydney Girls and Sydney Girls. But coming up to the line now, Maddie Beasley and Audrey West from Canberra Girls Grammar. And they will cross the line and take third place. Then on the far side, we have Sydney Girls in fourth position at the moment. That's Elsha Lim and Ariel Moniega. And in fifth place, North Sydney Girls, Sherry Liu and Sienna Fong. And crossing the line now from Sydney Girls, Elsha Lim and Ariel Moniega. They'll take fourth place. And then coming up the finish line too, in fifth will be the North Sydney combination of Sherry Liu and Sienna Fong. So the results of race 52, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull was won by the Mossman double of Frida Kirkman and Lottie Ravenstein. In second place, from Mossman, Erica Nutt and Tanya Hornby. In third place, Camber Girls Grammar, Maddie Beasley and Audrey West. Fourth went to Elsha Lim and Ariel Moniega from Sydney Girls. And fifth to Sherry Liu and Sienna Fong from North Sydney Girls. The next presentation is for race 51, Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull, and that was won by Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates from Mossman. They're coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schranko. Congratulations to Mossman, winners of Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. That then brings us to the last of our races today, which is the Schoolgirl Single Sculls. In Division 1, we have representing in Lane 1, Tara, Gemma Waterhouse. In Lane 2, Mika Nato from Pimble. In Lane 3, Zimo Kang from Sydney Girls. Lane 4, Annabelle Roche from Loreto Normanhurst. In Lane 5, Lucy Yabsley from Askham. In Lane 6, Lola Balmain from Mossman. In Lane 7, Heidi Heap from Winona. In Lane 8, Emily Barrett from PLC Sydney. And in Lane 9, Alice Steed from St Catherine's. So the next presentation is for race 53. Sorry, I'll start again. The next presentation is for race 52, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. That was won by Mossman. So representing Mossman Rowing Club, the winners of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull, Frida Kirkman and Lottie Ravenstein. Congratulations, Frida and Lottie, winners of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Double Scull. Congratulations. So looking across the course, we now have the concluding stages of race 53, being Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Single Scull. And rowing very nicely out in front is Lucy Yabsley, but being challenged on this side of the course by Emily Barrett from PLC Sydney. But Lucy Yabsley built a commanding lead now and should have no difficulty taking out race 53. As she comes up the line, finishing very strongly, those last few strokes, putting every effort into it. And Lucy Yabsley will take out race 53. Second place will go to Emily Barrett from PLC Sydney, who challenged her all the way, but Lucy held off. And third place will go to Mika Nato from Pimble. Fourth place will go to Heidi Heap from Winona. Great to see Winona rowing again. And in fifth place, we'll then have the sculler from Loreto Normanhurst, Annabelle Roche. As she comes up towards the finish line. And that will complete Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Single Sculls. So the results of Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Single Sculls, that's race 53, was won by Lucy Yabsley from Askham. In second place, PLC Sydney. Third place, Mika Nato of Pimble. Fourth place, Heidi Heap from Winona. And fifth place, Annabelle Roche of Loreto Normanhurst. And Lucy won in a time of 8 minutes, 31.2 seconds. So Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Single Scull is underway. In Lane 1, Grace Woodward from Loreto Kirribilli. In Lane 2, Millie Cullinane from Pimble Ladies. Lane 3, Penny Rose Collins from Loreto Normanhurst. Lane 4, Mia Wilson from PLC Sydney. Lane 5, Olivia Bailey from Tara. Lane 6, Poppy Russell from Loreto Normanhurst. In lane 7, Lucy Hall from St Catherine's. In lane 8, lane 8, Alice Anand from Pimble. And lane 9, Patricia Boland from Loreto Normanhurst. So at the 1500 metre mark, it was Patricia Boland from Loreto Normanhurst in the lead, about 5 lengths ahead of Grace Woodward from Loreto Kirribilli, and then Millie Cullinane from Pimble, a few lengths behind Grace. Then followed Penny Rose Collins from Loreto Normanhurst. But at this stage, Patricia Boland has built a very commanding lead, and she's closest to us, that is closest to the grandstand as she comes down now with about 150 metres to go. So just confirming then the placings at the 1500. Patricia Boland, then Grace Woodward, Millie Cullinane, Penny Rose Collins from Loreto Normanhurst, Olivia Bailey from Tara, Poppy Russell from Loreto Normanhurst, and then Mia Wilson from PLC. But Patricia Boland rowing really nicely out in front, maintaining the length of her stroke. Blades going in together and getting maximum boat run that she can, and a very comfortable winner of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl single scull as she comes up now to cross the line. In a time of 8 minutes and 26.05 seconds. So about 5 seconds faster than the previous division. On the far side, we've got Grace Woodward now coming up to the line. And she will cross in second place. Third place will go to Millie Cullinane from Pimble. And fourth position at the moment is the Loreto Normanhurst sculler, Penny Rose Collins, rowing from lane 3. She's then followed by Olivia Bailey from Tara, Poppy Russell from Loreto Normanhurst, as Penny Rose Collins crosses the line in fourth place. And then fifth place goes to Olivia Bailey from Tara. Sixth position is Poppy Russell from Loreto Normanhurst as she comes up to the line. And Poppy will take sixth place. And then Mia Wilson must be, she has the wrong bow number, but it must be Mia Wilson then from PLC Sydney will take seventh place. That then brings us to Division 3 of the Schoolgirl single scull. And I think there have been a number of scratchings from this race, but we have Chloe Hitchens from Askham is in the lead at the 500 metre mark. Then Avery Bramble from Loreto Kirribilli, and that's those two in the same places at the 1,000 metre mark. So the 1,000 metre mark, it was Chloe Hitchens leading Avery Bramble from Loreto Kirribilli. That's Chloe Hitchens from Askham. Then Sabine Walton from Loreto Normanhurst was in third place. Then fourth position at that stage of the race was Sophie Hay from Mossman. I think the balance of the field had scratched. So just 4 scullers in this race. And then after this division there are 4 further divisions of the Schoolgirl single scull. Many schools no doubt using this as an opportunity for a time trial for their senior rowers. The next presentation will be for race 54, Division 2 of the Schoolgirl single scull. And that race was won by Patricia Boland from Loreto Normanhurst. So the presentation for Division 2 of the Schoolgirl single scull, and that was won by Patricia Boland representing Loreto Normanhurst. Congratulations, Patricia, winner of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl single scull. So returning to race 55, Chloe Hitchens maintained her lead at the 1,500 metre mark. She's now a couple of boat lengths ahead of Avery Bramble from Loreto Kirribilli. So Askham may take out a second Schoolgirl single scull shortly. It's a great performance from that school. For the last few years they've certainly specialised on their single and double sculling and working up towards rowing again in the big boats. So those places remain in this race. Chloe Hitchens from Askham, followed by Avery Bramble from Loreto Kirribilli, then Sabine Walton from Loreto Normanhurst, and then Sophie Hay from Mossman. Me. So crossing the line now, Chloe Hitchens wins Division 3 of the Schoolgirl single scull. Just ahead of, in Loreto Kirribilli's Avery Bramble. And then we have Sabine Walton in third position at the moment, followed by Sophie Hay in fourth position from Mossman. So Sabine Walton just finishing off strongly, and she will cross the line to take third place in race 55, Division 3 of the Schoolgirl single scull. And on the far side, followed closely by Sophie Hay from Mossman, who will take fourth place. So the results of race 55, it was won by Chloe Hitchens of Askham. Second place, Avery Bramble from Loreto Kirribilli. Third, Sabine Walton from Loreto Normanhurst. And fourth, Sophie Hay from Mossman. Next race on the course is race 56, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl single scull. And at the 1500 metre mark, the race was being led by Scarlett Ollison from Pymble. And in second was Bianca Mackenzie from UTS. Third was Sophia Stevenson from UTS. And those three were certainly appear to be the only scullers. Oh no, there's a fourth. There've been a few scratchings, it would appear, in these Schoolgirl single scull races. Yeah, so the other sculler in this race is Hannah Ryan, who's a little further back than the other scullers. But certainly Scarlett Ollison from Pymble, very strong lead with about 120 metres to go. She's keeping her eye very closely on the two UTS scullers, but she's well ahead of them. Just concentrating on getting that even pressure on both blades as she puts them in the water. Trying to get as much length as possible, though at the end of a 2K race in this heat is very tough to do. But maintaining good boat speed. And Scarlett will come up to the line, about 5 strokes to go. And she crosses the line now to take out Division 4 of the Schoolgirl single scull, Scarlett Ollison from Pymble. Then second place will go to Bianca Mackenzie from UTS. She crosses the line now. In third position still is Sophia Stevenson. And Sophia's now coming up to the finish line. And Sophia crosses to take third place. And with just Hannah Ryan now from Tara to complete race 56. So the results of race 56, with one sculler still to complete, was won by Scarlett Ollison from Pymble. Second, Bianca Mackenzie from UTS. Third, Sophia Stevenson from UTS. And fourth place, just as she crosses the line now, Hannah Ryan from Tara. Next race is race 57, which is Division 5 of the Schoolgirl single scull. Again, it may be some scratchings, but certainly Isabel Bug from Askham is rowing, and Sabrina Koskar from Askham. So at the 1,000 metre mark, it was Isabel Bug leading Sabrina Koskar from Arabella Turner-Smith from Mossman. Again, it looks like they're the only three sculls in the race, so we have got Chloe Alsop from Kirribilli, Mecca Trendle from Loreto Normanhurst, and Scarlett Bradshaw from Mossman don't appear to have started. Okay. The next presentation will be for the winner of race 56, which is Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Single Scull, the race that was just completed. So the presentation for the winner of race 56, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Single Scull, representing Pymble Ladies College, Scarlett Ollison. Congratulations, Scarlett, winner of Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Single Scull. Well done. So now coming to the closing stages of Division 5. It's Ascombe 1, it's Ascombe 2, and then it's Mossman. There's a lot of red out on the course. So Isabel Bug rowing very strongly out in front, making sure every stroke counts, and sending that boat away with every stroke. Nice relaxed technique. As she hits the red buoys, she knows she's got only about 50 metres to go. So it's Isabel Bug from Sabrina Coxed and then Arabella Turner-Smith. As Isabel Bug crosses the line, Ascombe now has their third win in the Schoolgirl Single Scull, so a great performance from Ascombe. Then Sabrina Coxed is just almost at the line now, about 7 strokes to go. Very controlled technique, and Sabrina crosses the line to take second place. And with just Arabella Turner-Smith from Mossman with about 60 metres to go. That then brings us to Division 6 of the Schoolgirl Single Scull. And again, there appear to be a number of scratchings. But we certainly seem to have Matilda Cronin from Loreto Normanhurst in lane 9, Summer Phillips from Pymble Ladies in lane 8, Stella Moore from Loreto Normanhurst in lane 7. On the far side, Juliet Mason from Loreto Normanhurst and Amy Rouse from Tara. But race 57 is now complete, so just repeating the results of race 57 was won by Isabel Bug from Ascombe, Sabrina Coxed from Ascombe in second, and Arabella Turner-Smith from Mossman in third place. So coming back to race 58, at the 1500 metre mark, it was, our race leader was Summer Phillips from Pymble, then Amy Rouse from Tara. Then we had the 3 Normanhurst scullers, Juliet Mason in third place. In fourth position was Stella Moore from Loreto Normanhurst. And then in fifth was Matilda Cronin. So Summer Phillips now only with about 80 metres to go. Very comfortable lead. It's keeping the sculling under control. She's only got a few strokes to go, and she will take out Division 6 of the Schoolgirl single scull. Well done, Summer, as she crosses the line now. Second place will go to Tara, which is Amy Rouse, as she. Third place, in third position at the moment, is the Juliet Mason from Loreto Normanhurst. Then back to Stella Moore from Loreto Normanhurst and Matilda Cronin from Loreto Normanhurst. So the two St Catherine scullers and the PLC sculler didn't start. As Juliet Mason crosses the line. And then we have, coming up the line now, Stella Moore from Loreto Normanhurst, and one to come, which is Matilda Cronin from lane 9. And that completes race 58, Division 6 of the Schoolgirl single scull. So the results of Division 6 of the Schoolgirl single scull, it was won by Summer Phillips from Pymble, Amy Rouse from Tara in second, Juliet Mason from Loreto Normanhurst in third, Stella Moore from Loreto Normanhurst in fourth, and Matilda Cronin from Loreto Normanhurst in fifth. That brings us to the last race on the program, which is race 59. They're just lining up at the moment at the start. You can see them being held. And our next presentation, while that race is about to start, will be race 57, which is the winner of Division 5 of the Schoolgirl single scull, and that was Isabel Bugg from Askham. So the winner of Division 5 of the Schoolgirl single scull, representing Askham, Isabel Bugg. Congratulations, Isabel. So our final race, race 59, is underway. Now we had 8 entries. Zara Jean Felinski from Loreto Kirribilli in lane 2, Sophia Terry from Loreto Normanhurst in lane 3, Georgia Moran from Loreto Kirribilli in lane 4, Alice Stringer from Mossman in lane 5, Gemma Ronan from Loreto Kirribilli in 6, Sophie Bennett from Queenwood in 7, Kitty Elias from Askham in 8, and Catherine Walsh from Mossman in 9. Our next presentation is for race 58. The presentation for the winner of Division 6 of the Schoolgirl single scull. It was won by Summer Phillips, representing Pymble Ladies College. Congratulations, Summer. And she was coached by Harrison Randell. Well done, Summer. So all 8 scullers have started, and at the 500 metre mark, it was Sophia Terry from Loreto Normanhurst leading, from Catherine Walsh from Mossman, Kitty Elias from Askham, then Georgia Moran from Kirribilli, Gemma Ronan from Kirribilli, then Sophie Bennett from Queenwood, and then Alice Stringer from Mossman. So at the 1,000 metre mark, Sophia Terry remained in the lead from Loreto Normanhurst, ahead of Catherine Walsh from Mossman, and then Georgia Moran moving through the field is now in third position, and Gemma Ronan in fourth, followed by Kitty Elias from Askham in fifth position at the 1,000 metre mark. So top 5 places at the 1,000 metre mark: Loreto Normanhurst, Mossman, the 2 Kirribilli scullers, Askham, then Zara Jean Felinsky from Kirribilli in 6th, Sophie Bennett from Queenwood in 7th, and Alice Stringer from Mossman in 8th. Now that was at the 1,000 metre mark, so halfway it's Loreto Normanhurst leading Mossman, leading Loreto Kirribilli. So just coming up now to the closing stages of race 59. That's Division 7 of the Schoolgirl single scull. At the 1500 metre mark, it was Sophia Terry still in the lead from Catherine Walsh from Mossman, then Georgia Moran from Kirribilli, Gemma Ronan from Kirribilli, Kitty Elias from Askham, Sarah Jean Felinsky from Kirribilli, then Sophie Bennett from Queenwood and Alice Stringer from Mossman. So Sophia, looking at the course, Sophia Terry's on the far side, rowing very nicely in lane 3. And on this side of the course is her challenger, being Catherine Walsh from Mossman. But Sophia seems to have built a significant lead and should be in no trouble from there. In the middle of the course are the two Kirribilli scullers, Georgia Moran and Gemma Ronan. A little further back then is Kitty Elias from Askham, and they're the top 5 place holders at the moment. But as we come up towards the finish line, Sophia Terry is building on that lead and will comfortably take out race 59, Division 7 of the Schoolgirl single scull. There's a late charge from Kitty Elias from Askham, who is challenging the two Kirribilli scullers. Second place will go to Catherine Walsh from Mossman. Tight finish for third, but just holding off. A very close finishing Kitty Elias will be from lane 4, Georgia Moran. Fifth place will go to Gemma Ronan from Kirribilli. Then on the far side of the course, we have Sarah Jean Felinsky from Loreto Kirribilli. And on this side, Sophie Bennett from Queenwood, and then a little further back to Alice Stringer from Mossman. As Zara Jean Felinsky crosses the line in 6th place. Then in 7th place, Sophie Bennett from Queenwood. And then Alice Stringer from Mossman will complete the field. So in race 59, Division 7 of the Schoolgirl single sculls was won by Sophia Terry of Loreto Normanhurst. Then followed Catherine Walsh from Mossman in 2nd. In 3rd, Georgia Moran from Loreto Kirribilli. 4th, Kitty Elias from Askham. 5th, Gemma Ronan from Loreto Kirribilli. 6th place was Zara Jean Felinsky from Loreto Kirribilli. Then 7th, Sophie Bennett from Queenwood. And in 8th place, Alice Stringer from Mossman. That completes our racing today, but we still have presentations, I think, for race 58 and 59, which I think will take place imminently. And perhaps while we're waiting for those presentations, the Loreto Kirribilli boat captains would like to move a vote of thanks for the regatta today.
Hey everyone, we are the Loreto Kirribilli rowing captains Avery and Chloe, and we just want to say a big thank you for everyone who came out today.
A big congratulations to all the rowers and good luck for the rest of the season. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, guys. And I'd also like to thank all the boat race officials and the officials in the tower, together with all the parent volunteers that have made this regatta happen. Now, we're just doing the presentation now for race 59, Sophia Terry from Loreto Normanhurst. Congratulations, Sophia, winner of Division 7 of the Schoolgirl single sculls.
Okay, all done?
All done.
my gosh, big day.
Oh, stop. That was 5 hours talking.
Oh my god. I've got all my gadgets in my little hat. I'll leave that one in there. And go down to the presentation.